back to Grimhammer. Tonight we have the Deathwatch. Before we get into the Hellish Crusade, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and always don't forget to check out the description below for the merch. Now, let's get into the madness.
The first visions did not arrive as light. They came as screams. They shuddered through the astropathic vaults of Watch Fortress Stone Omen, raw and jagged, tearing at mortal minds. Bound psychers writhed upon iron thrones as the immaterium spat its cargo into their skulls, eyes bursting red, tongues swelling in their mouths. Some died there, chained and howling, their brains boiling beneath pallid skin. Others survived long enough to disgorge the Emperor's due in hoarse, broken Gothic. Those sounds were dragged through sanctified cabling and blessed crystal, fed into the adamantine heart of the fortress. Machine spirits fretted and whispered, cogitators whining as they chewed the screaming data into shape. The strategium filled with a thin, insectile buzz as projectors woke. Pale hololithic light blossomed above the central dais. Inquisitor Malvorn stood at the edge of the projection field, his hands folded upon the head of an iron staff, worked in the shape of a double-headed Aquila strangling a coiled serpent. Heavy parchment seals hung from the staff's shaft, each impressed with the rosette of the Ordo Xenos. His face was seamed with age and scar tissue, one eye replaced by an augmetic of dark glass that reflected the hololith's ghostlight. "Watch, Commander," he said, his voice a dry rasp in the cool, incense-thick air. "Behold the crime that has reached even the blind eyes of the Ordos." Watch Commander Balhus sat upon the obsidian throne at the heart of the chamber, high upon 3 broad steps of black stone veined with the fossilized bones of creatures no human had seen alive. His armor was the black of an unlit void, broken only by the silvered Deathwatch icon on his left pauldron, and the small, ancient sigil of his forgotten parent chapter upon the right. His helm rested upon the throne's arm. The head beneath was scarred and pale, the eyes sunken but unblinking. He watched the images come to life without a word. The first picked, resolved into clarity with a flicker of static. A human governor in ceremonial plate and rich cloth sat upon a throne beside a creature that was not human. The alien was tall, its posture half slouched, half coiled, heavy with a predatory grace that no attempt at courtly stillness could hide. Its hide was scaled, iridescent bronze and dull green, a saurian muzzle fringed with horned crests. The human and the Xenos shared the same dais, the same level, the same light. They turned to one another and inclined their heads in mutual respect as a crowd roared below. The crowd was not one species or the other. It was both. Scaled bodies and human bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder in the amphitheater, armor and robes and simple workers' garb all mixed. Banners rippled above them. Some bore stylized human heraldry, an Aquila reimagined with sweeping ornate lines. Others bore serpentine glyphs and jagged sigils that hurt the eye. Many combined the two in one obscene unified device, human and alien iconography intertwined like lovers. Balus's gauntleted fingers scraped slowly along the ceramite arm of his throne. The razor edges of purity seals and devotional script crackled under the pressure. Malvorn flicked his staff, cycling the images. Joint parliaments, humans, and scaled princes gathered in circular chambers beneath vaulted domes where mosaics showed human and saurian faces smiling together beneath stars. Mixed honor guards, their armor marked with both icon sets, escorting delegations to ships whose exterior plating bore twin designs. Human children laughing as they chased smaller lithe saurian juveniles through a plaza paved with symbols of unity. "Segmentum tempestus," Malvorn said. "The trailing reaches, a polity calling itself the autocracy of Zea. Human and Xenos bound in open alliance, fleets, armies, economies interwoven, an experiment in shared dominion that has endured for centuries." The hololith shifted again, showing fleets at anchor in high orbit. Human pattern cruisers and broad predatory vessels of alien design floated together above a green and blue world, their void shields linked in a single glowing lattice. Docking arms reached from human void stations to Saurian craft, and from alien orbital platforms to human ships. Cargo traffic flowed freely between them, a slow, stately exchange upon which entire worlds must have depended. Balhus' lips thinned. "You have had the audacity," he said softly, "to bring this here." Malvon's augmetic eye clicked once as it irised shut and open again. "There is no other place it can be judged," the Inquisitor replied. "The Ordo Xenos does not bring such matters before the High Lords. The mere existence of these images is corruption, but we cannot unsee them, Watch Commander. We can only decide what is to be done." Balhus watched as another pict feed wavered into view. A human officer, his features bearing the stamp of ancient Imperial. Bloodlines extended a hand, and a Saurian warrior took it in a clawed grip. Behind them, an honor choir of human and alien voices sang in imperfect harmony. "To expose the Imperium of man to such sights," Balhus said, "would be to seed rot in loyal hearts. Some would ask why such alliances cannot be replicated, why mankind must stand alone in a galaxy of knives. They would look at this, autocracy, and see opportunity. They would call it hope." He leaned forward. His eyes were calm and hard, like stones left at the bottom of a dark sea. "There will be no hope here," he said. "Not for them, not for any who learn of them." He rose from the throne, every servo in his armor humming softly as he moved. The hololithic light painted his black ceramite in shades of ghostly blue. "Deathwatch," Balhus said, "was created to be the blade in the dark against the alien, not the jailer of humans who have never seen an Xenos face. This is an infection at the edge of the realm. It has already spread through dozens of worlds. It must be excised." Malvon inclined his head, the rosette upon his breast glinting. "Then you will take it upon yourself," the Inquisitor murmured, "to prove that the long vigil has teeth still. I will secure the proper authorizations. A crusade, Watch Commander. Sanctioned by Ordo Xenos, blessed by the sigils of terror. But there will be questions. The Astra Militarum will expect to be involved. Sector navies will seek glory. There will be politics." Balhus' gauntlet curled into a fist. "No," he said. "This is not a war for banners and honor rolls. This is a purge. Mortal regiments would die in their billions, and yet they would learn from what they saw. They would carry away tales of human and alien standing together. They would remember. We cannot allow that." He looked back up at the mingled fleets hanging above the green and blue world. "Grant dispensation for a Deathwatch Crusade," Balhus said. "A war fought in the black. No guardsman banners, no convents of battle sisters, no imperial saints to paint lies over the truth. Only us. We will go where this autocracy believes itself secure and break it. We will stain its history so deeply with blood that even the warp will choke upon the memory." Malvon was silent for a long moment. The only sound in the strategium was the distant chant of serfs and the soft, devotional clatter of servo skulls, whispering litanies to machine spirits. "An entire crusade," the Inquisitor said at last, "fought solely by the Deathwatch. The autocracy has fused human and alien into one body," Balhus replied. "It is fitting that we answer with the Imperium's purest Xenos hunters acting in unison. We will assemble the strength of an entire chapter, perhaps more, drawn from 100 bloodlines. We will go to war in a whirlwind of fire and blood." Malvon exhaled, a thin sound. "I will see your petition carried, through the labyrinth," he said. "But understand, Watch Commander, when this is done, there can be no glory, no songs, no worlds lit with triumphal pyres. This must vanish into the void, or the questions will never cease." Balhus's thin smile held no warmth. "Then we shall ensure there are no witnesses left to sing," he said. The Hall of Oaths was cut from a single colossal block of black stone, hauled millennia ago from a dead world whose surface had been vitrified in ancient fire. The ceiling vanished into reverent darkness, pierced by thin shafts of lumens that fell in rigid lines upon the floor. Each line ended upon a carved sigil, the name of a dead Xenos species etched in high Gothic beneath it, the grooves filled long ago with the ashes of their worlds. Balus and Malvorn stood between the lines of light, their shadows thrown out in stark shapes upon the stone. "You seek more than war," Malvorn said quietly. "You seek erasure. That is a dangerous habit, even for us." Balhus turned one of the purity seals upon his wrist, reading the script as if seeking some forgotten solace. "Dangerous for whom?" he asked. "For those who chose to make common cause with Xenos beasts? For the alien spawn itself? We have permitted the greenskin and the kin of the hive mind to ravage uncounted worlds. We have endured Tau overtures and Eldar arrogance. We have tolerated the existence of things we cannot yet burn. But this," he gestured, and in the air between them a flicker of hololithic ghosts danced, humans and scaled forms in stately procession. "This presumes to take the human form and chain it beside the alien, to say they are equal, to say they can share power. There is no vile sorcery in that which can be burned away. The foulness is in the idea itself." Malvorn's voice hardened. "An idea cannot be purged with plasma alone." "It can be," Balhus said softly, "if no one lives to speak it." The Inquisitor's jaw tightened. "I require data," he said. "Records of this autocracy's governance, captured specimens of their saurian kind, genetic samples. If there is any influence of the ruinous powers, it must be identified. If they have developed any technology beyond our ken, it must be seized and studied. Ordo Xenos does not sanction blind slaughter, Watch Commander. We are not the berserkers of the 8th Legion, flinging ourselves into the dark for the joy of the kill." Balhus' gaze was as cold as void ice. "Bring your caskets and your sample jars," he said. "Send your adepts and your torture engines. But understand this, Malvorn. No matter what you learn from them, the autocracy will die. Its worlds will burn. Its archives will melt into glass. It will live on only as fragments in sealed vaults such as this, and in the nightmares of any psychers unfortunate enough to brush against its passing." He stepped closer until they were face to face, separated only by the fine fringe of incense smoke curling from Malvorn's staff. "You have come to the Deathwatch for a solution," Balhus murmured. "Do not recoil when you see the teeth behind the mask." The council convened in the Strategium later, after Malvorn had yielded a fractional nod that meant something like assent. Watch captains gathered around the great hololithic table, their armor bearing the scars of wars fought against a dozen enemies of mankind. Severian Jaw stood among them, tall even for an Astartes, his features cut in the precise patrician lines common to sons of Ultramar. The blue of his parent chapter showed only in the trim beneath his left shoulder, visible where the Deathwatch's black had been lacquered over it. Beside him loomed Hrothgar Skalgrim of the Space Wolves, a slab of corded muscle and ceramite, whose beard had long since gone to iron. The fanged totem of his home chapter hung at his belt like the skull of some predatory beast. A wolf tooth was driven, through the cartilage of one ear, the tip resting against the rim of his helm. Chaplain Mordrin stood opposite, his skull helm a bone-white contrast to the black of his plate, purity seals and chains crossing his chest in a pattern that had more to do with penitence than decoration. His crozius was shaped like a crusader's cross, its edges honed sharp. Techmarine ferrum lingered half in shadow, servo harness unfolding like a second spine above his back, mechadendrites twitching with faint machine agitation. The red of the machine cult had been swallowed by Deathwatch black, but it lingered in the lenses of his helm and in the clattering Binharic whispers that occasionally hissed from his Vox grill. Others stood around the circle, drawn from chapters whose names were curses to some and legends to others, all bound now by the silver skull on their shoulders. Balhus stood at the head of the table. With a gesture, he brought the autocracy into being above the hololith. Stars, flared, linked by webworks of light. Dozens of systems, each node pulsing softly. warp routes traced as pale threads between them. Defense stations, orbital bastions, fleet mustering yards and fortified warp translation points appeared in layered sigils. Some were marked with human catechism symbols, others with the sinuous scaled glyphs of the Saurian Tsar. Many bore both. A network, Balhus said, his voice carrying easily across the chamber. Mutually defending systems, their warp corridors fortified and guarded. Mixed fleets of human and Sei craft, trained to fight as one. Joint defense pacts, shared logistics, integrated supply lines. They have not merely permitted the alien to dwell among them. They have built a civilization out of that sin. Lines of attack bled into the projection in cold red. We will cut through here, here, and here, Ballas continued. Strike at their outer defense stations, then at the warp anchorages that tie their coalition together. No, warning, no declaration. We are not the Imperial Guard announcing another Grand Crusade. We are the knife between the ribs. Severian watched the light patterns, lips pressed thin. Many forces would be required to prosecute such a campaign, he said. Entire segmentum fleets, multiple chapters, Titan legions. Even then, the cost in lives would be measured in entire worlds. Balhus inclined his head. Then it is well that we will not be wasting the lives of mortals, he said. We will assemble the strength of a chapter of Deathwatch, perhaps more. Kill teams, kill companies, strike cruisers and black ships. We will borrow from our brothers across the stars until the Long Watch stands here in numbers, not seen since the earliest days of the Inquisition. Chaplain Mordrin's Vox Grill clicked softly as he spoke. The oaths of the long vigil bind us, he said. If this autocracy is permitted to endure, its existence will spread like a rumor through the crushed and weary masses of the Imperium. They will look to the alien for succor. They will ask why they must bleed alone. Better that they never know. Hrothgar chuckled, a low sound like stones grinding together. Alien lovers on their knees begging for mercy they will not receive, he said. You do know how to make an old warrior's heart beat faster, Watch Commander. Balhus lifted his gauntlet, fingers splayed, palm outward. By the oaths we swore when we took the silver, he said, voice growing colder and harder with each word. By the bones of every alien hung in this fortress. By the Emperor who sits in golden shadow and will not bear to see his children chained to beasts. I declare the autocracy of Seir heresy made manifest. We will answer with a Deathwatch Crusade. Their voices rose in reply, a thunderous chorus of iron devotion. The long vigil endures, they intoned. Suffer not the alien to live. The ritual selections began. Across the stars, in fortress monasteries and battle barges, in crusade fleets and silent watch stations, the black seals of the Ordo Xenos arrived. Names were read in cold chapels, in echoing training halls, in armoriums that smelled of oil and old blood. Brothers stepped forward when summoned, leaving behind the colours of their parent chapters and donning the black and silver of the Deathwatch. Severian Jaw stood in the muster hall of his home chapter's fortress, the banners of 1,000 campaigns hanging heavy above him. Battle brothers lined the walls in precise ranks, their gaze fixed straight ahead. The chapter master himself read the summons in a steady voice. When he spoke Severian's name, something tightened in the warrior's chest. He stepped out, boots ringing upon the stone. The silence that followed was not disapproval. Ultramarines understood duty, but Severian felt the weight of 1,000 unseen gazes nonetheless. He passed beneath the banners, beneath the statue of the Primarch who had sired his gene line, and did not look back. Hrothgar's skullgrim carved fresh kill runes into the scarred flesh of his forearm with the edge of a combat blade, the blood beading dark along the lines. He laughed as the pain bit deep, then licked the blade clean before sheathing it. Around him, the fang rang with the howls of his brothers, calls to feast and fight. When the Deathwatch summons came, Hrothgar answered it with a grin. A crusade against some soft-skinned Xenos empire at the edge of nowhere, he growled, slinging his warplate upon his shoulders. It will be good to see something new die. Black-hulled frigates and strike cruisers drank in their chosen suns like cold, patient leviathans, their prows marked only by the sigil of the silver skull. They slipped from hidden docks and secret anchorages, vanishing into the warp with holds full of silent giants. Far away, upon Saya Prime, Chancellor Regent Drav stood upon a balcony of white, stone and glass, looking out over a city that glowed with evening light. Towers rose like spears, some smooth and human-made, others twisted in organic curves grown by Saurian biocrafting. Bridges arced between them. Gardens hung in tiers, chlorophyll rich and thick with scents that were not entirely of human origin. He held a data slate in one hand, its surface rippling with reports. Unknown vessels sighted at the rimward edges of autocracy charts. Isolated outposts going occluded, their machine spirits refusing hails before falling silent entirely. Trade routes experiencing unexplained delays as convoys adjusted course to avoid new, unregistered gravitational anomalies. He frowned, more in irritation than fear. There had been raids before, after all. Pirates. Isolated orc marauders. Even Imperial task forces testing the autocracy's resolve before backing away in the face of unified resistance. We have treaties, he muttered, guarantees etched into law and blood, and both. Behind him, human aides murmured over cogitator feeds, while at the far end of the chamber, a pair of Tsar envoys watched with slitted eyes, their scaled heads cocked in saurian stillness. The autocracy had endured for centuries, weathering storms and predators alike. Drav had come to believe that endurance was proof of correctness, that a union of human and Tsar could stand in a galaxy of hatred and yet not fall. In the great amphitheatre at the city's heart, Highclaw Jakar addressed a gathering that filled every tier. He stood upon a raised platform, his bulk encased in armour of burnished bone and grav-stitched metal, a cloak of flayed greenskin hides hanging from his shoulders. His scales glittered in the light of a dozen banners, half human, half Tsar, all bound together at their poles with braided cords. Around him, humans and Tsar pressed close, their voices a roaring surf of approval. "Together," Jakar thundered, his voice magnified by vox and psychic amplifiers alike. "We have broken pirate fleets and cast down raiders. Together we have resisted the jealous Imperium and their corpse on a throne. Together we have proven that human steel and Tsar Fang can turn aside any invader." He raised one massive clawed hand, the gesture sending a ripple through the crowd. "There will be more enemies," he snarled. "There are always more, but let them come. Let them see our banners fly together. Let them look up from their burning hulls and their shattered bones, and understand that here, at last, two species learned to stand side by side." He did not know, in that moment, how many he had just condemned. In the deepest places of Watch Fortress Stone Omen, where the air smelled of oil, dust, and very old blood, Balhus walked alone. The reliquary was a forest of iron racks and stone plinths, each bearing trophies of dead wars, skulls of creatures whose eyes had once shone with alien colours, weapons taken from fallen foes, shards of armour preserved in stasis fields. Each relic bore a name and a world, carved in high Gothic by careful, penitent hands. At the chamber's heart, upon a pedestal of basalt, rested a sword. Its blade was long and straight, made of metal that caught the scant light and turned it into a dull, hungry gleam. Along its length, etched in lines of tiny, precise script, ran the names of species that no longer drew breath. Some Balhus knew: Orkin clans and splinter swarms, Tau enclaves and Eldar corsair bands. Others were older, their syllables harsh and strange, their histories lost to all but the most paranoid of inquisitors. Balhus knelt before the blade. His armour's servos whined softly as he went down upon one knee, head bowed. He rested his gauntleted hand upon the stone, fingers splayed. "Saya," he said quietly, tasting the name like poison. "You will be another line upon this steel." He looked up at the etched letters of species burned out of existence. "Your worlds will burn," he murmured. "Your banners will fall into ash. Your names will drown in it. When we are done, the galaxy will forget you ever dared to stand beneath alien stars and call it good." Balhus rose, the sword's reflection running like a bloodstain across his breastplate. "The long vigil endures," he whispered. And somewhere, in the warp's black oceans, something old and cruel turned a little in its sleep as another crusade was born. The fleet came together like a murder of crows called to carrion. One by one, the black hulls slipped their moorings from hidden docks buried in the cold flanks of forgotten moons and lightless asteroids. Ship after ship turned its prow toward the dark between the stars, engines spooling with a rising, hungry thrum that shivered through adamantine bones. No colours flew from their masts, no crusade banners snapped in the void. Only the sigil of the silvered skull marked them, small and stark upon their flanks, a whisper of intent etched onto kilometres of killing metal. Deathwatch strike cruisers, sleek and hard-edged, their armour layered in wards against the warp and the touch of alien guns. Inquisitorial black ships, hulls heavy with secrets and the weight of captive psychers chained in their guts. Silent escorts, knife-thin and knife-swift, weaving between their larger kin. Torpedo boats, hunter frigates, courier craft. A swarm of black shapes sliding out into the Gulf. Within the flagship, Severian Jaw stood in a red-lit strategium, watching another kind of swarm. Hololithic projectors bled crimson light into the air, painting the chamber in shades of arterial glow. Before him, suspended above the deck on a lattice of witchlight and cogitator power, rotated a three-dimensional image of a Sar warrior. It stood taller than a human by half a head, even before the grav armor added its bulk. The saurian form was digitigrade, legs knotted with muscle and sinew, tail thick and heavy, armor, plates grafted along its length. Its torso was narrow and powerful, the chest sheathed in overlapping plates of grown bone and manufactured ceramite. Arms ended in clawed hands, each talon encased in articulated gauntlets with retractable blades. Where the head should have been merely reptilian, there was a predatory intelligence. The muzzle was long, teeth nested in two interlocking rows, eyes set a little to the sides, granting a wider field of view. Horn ridges swept back along the skull, some bearing ceremonial glyphs etched into them. Vox nodes and sensor clusters had been worked into the helm, not grafted crude, but integrated with unsettling grace. Severian circled the projection slowly, hands clasped behind his back. "Soriform physiology," he said, his voice carrying easily in the low chamber. Cold-blooded, high burst potential at close quarters, but reliant upon environmental control for sustained engagement. Musculature dense, bone structure resilient, clawed. Extremities allow for climbing and grappling beyond human norms. The image shifted, armor plates phasing into translucent outlines to reveal the ghostly suggestion of organs beneath. Their endurance in controlled conditions is formidable, Severian continued. They can remain motionless for spans that would cramp a human, then exert explosive force without warning. They are patient hunters. They prefer to outwait rather than outrun. Around the projection, his kill team watched and listened. Chaplain Mordrin stood with Crozius grounded, both hands resting upon its haft, skull helm tilted as if in disapproval of the very existence of the creature before him. Incense curled around him, thin and sour, muffling the faint rasp of his rebreather. "They wear grav armor," Severian said, "refined, not the crude suspensor harnesses the Mechanicus deigns to gift upon mortals. These plates reduce effective weight without sacrificing mass, allowing them to hit with full force while moving with almost infantry lightness. Their line troops will close with us faster than a human line. Their elites will be upon us in moments if we misjudge distance." Mordrin's Vox grill crackled. "Human ingenuity poured into Xenos forms," the chaplain hissed. a litany of disgust threading through his words. Blasphemy given shape. Tools of mankind turned to arm the alien. Their very breath is treason. Severian nodded once. The autocracy does not keep separate formations for human and Sa, he said. Their ground forces integrate both. Human auxilia will be within the same squads as these creatures. Shared vox nets, shared supply lines, shared doctrines. Another shift of the hollow, and now human figures appeared beside the Saurian warriors. Their uniforms bore insignia that mirrored those of their scaled comrades. Differences of species reduced to variations in cut rather than clear division. Human troopers carrying lass rifles advanced in lockstep with armoured Sa, bearing heavy blades and gravlances. Mixed command squads issued orders in both Low Gothic and the clicking, hissing language of the Sa. "It is an abomination," Mordrin said, each syllable clipped. "They should stand apart. The alien should be beneath the boot, not at the shoulder of man." "On that," Severian said, "we all agree." He let the image expand, showing wedge formations, overlapping fields of fire, humans using terrain, while Sa took the brunt of countercharges, or reversed, depending on environment. It was efficient, inhumanly so, designed to make use of each species' strengths and compensate for weaknesses. "Do not underestimate them," Severian said. "They are not a rabble. They have drilled together for generations. They have fought and bled, human and Sa, on the same fields. They will not break simply because they see Astartes. They have driven back Imperial probing forces in the past. They believe their union is proof of rightness." Mordrin bowed his skull helm. "Then we will teach them that belief is a falsehood," he said. "Faith built upon blasphemy will be shattered." In the practice cages, Hrothgar Skullgrim laughed as he slammed a Raven Guard brother hard enough into the plasteel wall that the impact rang through the deck plating. The Raven Guard rolled with the blow, twisting out of Hrothgar's follow-up strike, a chain of black limbs and flickering blades. His beaked helm dipped as he slipped under a swinging fist and drove an elbow into the side of Hrothgar's cuirass, where, on lesser armor, ribs might have been. "Too slow, Wolf," the Raven Guard said, voice calm over the training channel. "You telegraph every move with those clumsy shoulders." Hrothgar bared his teeth behind his helm's grill. "Come closer and tell me that," he rumbled, lunging with a speed that made a lie of the insult. In the same cage, a salamander's heavy stepped into Hrothgar's path, one massive hand catching the Space Wolf by the pauldron, the other bracing against his chest. For a moment, the two giants strained, armor servos whining, boots grinding against the floor. "Both of you," the salamander grunted. "If you knock out another wall, Tech Marine Ferrum will take the cost from our ammunition allotment." "Your chapter frets over lost masonry," Hrothgar growled, shoving off. "Mine frets over empty ale horns." "Mine frets over wasted bolter shells," a new voice said, dry as flensed bone. Tech Marine Ferrum stood at the edge of the cage, servo harness flexing above his back as he watched. His helm lenses glowed with a steady, disapproving red. Behind him, the armory doors stood open, revealing ranks of weapons arrayed upon mechanisms of polished steel and hexagrammic wards. Bolters sat in ordered rows, their black casings oiled and inscribed with kill tallies. Xenophase blades hung from suspensor racks, their edges dull, to the eye until activated, when they would drink light and soul alike. Combi weapons, melter guns, grav weapons, whose design still bore an echo of their Mechanicus gods. It was a dark cathedral, each weapon a relic, each relic a sermon. Ferrum's mechadendrites flicked and twisted, adjusting apertures and chanting in clipped Binharic to soothe fretful machine spirits. "You will test these weapons against foes who have never seen their like," Ferrum said, voice buzzing with the flat harmonies of the machine cult. "Do not insult the Omnissiah by entering battle with undisciplined limbs." Hrothgar snorted. "The Omnissiah can argue with my axe," he said. "I will argue with the enemy." The Raven Guard chuckled softly. The enemy will not know which argument to fear more, he muttered. When the last black hull cleared the veil of secrecy, the fleet turned its prows toward the trailing reaches of Segmentum Tempestus. In the command decks, orders flickered in, silence along lumens and noosphere links. In the engine rooms, plasma cores roared to white heat. Choirmasters beat their charges with electrogodes and iron rods until the astropaths screamed the coordinates of translation in voices already ruined by the warp. Geller fields flared to life, shimmering shells of reality dragged tight around each vessel, powered by shrines stuffed with relics and skulls. There was a moment, just a heartbeat, when all that killing metal seemed to hold its breath. Then the fabric of the real tore, and they plunged into the immaterium. The warp rose to meet them like a sea of boiling ink. Colors that did not exist in the material universe smeared themselves against the viewports before blurring into a churning, roiling storm. Shapes moved in that storm, vast and patient and obscene, drifting closer only to be kept at bay by the shrieking agony of the Geller projectors. In the astropathic vaults, choirs writhed upon their thrones, their mouths stretched wide in soundless howls. Blood streamed from noses and eyes. Some convulsed so violently that bone tore through skin. Servo skulls flitted overhead, recording every moment in case some fragment of useful vision could be wrenched from the torment. Something in the warp took notice of the fleet. It was not a mind, not in any human sense, but a pressure, a slow turning of malignant attention. So much genocidal intent, so many cold and precise thoughts of slaughter, pressed into such a concentrated knot of steel and flesh and soul. It moved around them, dragged by the scent of that purpose, invisible claws raking along the Geller membranes. The prayers of sailors and serfs rose in hoarse whispers. The litanies of Astartes rumbled like distant thunder through their vox beads. The fleet burned on through the unreality, engines straining until the warp begrudged them an exit. Real space slammed back into being with a flare of light and a bone-deep shock. The stars of the trailing reaches bloomed across the void, hard and cold. Thin, distant suns, many of them girdled by the artificial glows of stations and traffic lanes. The autocracy's edge lay before them, unaware that anything had changed. Upon a border picket station, a vast wheel of metal and stone turning slowly above a grey-green world, the first alarms were mild. Unidentified contacts, non-standard emissions, anomalous mass readings. The station's commander, a human with autocracy sigils embossed upon his breastplate, stood upon the command tier and watched as one contact became a dozen, became many tens, each resolving from ghost trace to solid return with unnerving speed. "Signal them," he said, tugging at the collar of his coat. "Standard autocracy challenge. Highest level treaty codes. Do it in Gothic and in High Sar, in case some Imperial Admiral has forgotten his manners." Vox officers worked their stations, voices rippling across channels. "Unidentified vessels, this is Border Station Zalach Prime under the authority of the autocracy of Shire," one called, repeating the words in stumbling Sar clicks and hisses after. "You are entering a defended region. State your allegiance and intent. Be advised, treaties exist between the autocracy and recognized imperial authorities." There was no answer. "Repeat the challenge," the commander said. "Tight beam, open broadcast, cycle frequencies. They may have different machine standards." Signals surged out into the void, carrying offers of parley, of clarification, of bureaucratic reassurance. They bounced off hulls that drank them and did not reply. In the fleet's flagship, Ballas listened to the wet susurrus of the autocracy's voice and felt the old stone in his chest grow heavier. "Jam their vox," he said. "All channels. I will not hear the alien alliance plead for understanding." Absence slammed down upon the picket station's decks. Vox screens that had glowed with outbound transmission codes flickered to dead grey. The autocracy commander's heart skipped. "Raise shields," he snapped. "Bring the fleet to readiness. Get me—" Outside, the black ships opened their eyes. Lance batteries spun upon their mountings, gathering the light of captive suns. Targeting runes crawled over the hull of Zalak Prime. For a tiny fraction of a heartbeat, everything balanced. Then, fire reached across the void. The lance strike punched into the station's central spindle, hammering through armor and superstructure with contemptuous ease. Metal flashed to plasma. Atmosphere burst into incandescent vapor, boiling out through ruptured bulkheads. Whole habitation rings snapped from the force, tearing free and spinning away, shedding fragments of decks and bodies like burning confetti. For an instant, every corridor became an oven. Flesh crisped upon bone, brains burst within skulls. Those few who did not die outright staggered in burning air, lungs seared. Eyes melted in their sockets before the station cracked along its spine and spilled its guts into the cold. From the flagship's observation blister, the destruction was almost abstract. A sculpture of light and debris, a flower of death opening upon the black. "Mark that location as clear," Balhus said. "Advance." On a lower deck, in a chamber lit by the lambent glow of warded candles and static field projectors, Brother Librarian Acastian sat cross-legged upon a circle of inlaid silver. His armor was open at the gorget, helm removed, cables threaded into the neural sockets at the base of his skull. His eyes were closed, lips moving in a constant stream of half-voiced litanies. The air around him felt thick, not with scent or heat, but with pressure. A sense that reality thinned at the edges here, threads drawn together and knotted. He reached into the warp with trained caution. He tasted fear first. The raw, brief agony of Zalak Prime's death flared and was gone. A spark snuffed before it could become a flame. Beyond that, further away, he felt something else. Not a single mind, nor a singular horror like those that haunted other reaches of the galaxy, but a harmony. Billions of thoughts, human and alien, moving along similar paths. Acastian glimpsed, in that scattered chorus, the autocracy at work. Human minds fretting over supply schedules and trade routes, over loved ones and petty grievances. Tsar minds running in different channels, cool and reptilian, focused upon scent trails and flock patterns, upon the feel of gravity under clawed feet. They overlapped, they wove together. Acastian felt no dissonance between them, only an ugly, unnatural sense of accord. He recoiled, disgust and something very close to envy twisting in his gut. "You feel it." Ballus's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. Acastian opened his eyes. The watch commander stood at the edge of the circle, helm held under one arm, gaze flat. "Do not feign ignorance," Balhus said. "You are not merely a weapon librarian, you are a lens. You have seen what this autocracy has built in the warp. Speak." Acastian swallowed, tongue dry. "They are joined," he said. "Not in the way cultists join themselves to demons. Not a perversion of flesh and spirit. It is colder than that. Cleaner. They think alongside one another. They share patterns. Human souls and alien souls riding the same currents. It is harmonious." The word felt foul in his mouth. Ballus's expression did not change. "Does it tempt you?" he asked softly. "The idea that such harmony might be preferable to the ceaseless war we were born into." Acastian felt a flicker of defensive anger. "I am loyal," he said. "I have carved the hearts of antlered horrors from their chests and burned their dreams. I have seen Tau enclaves washed away in orbital fire. I have watched Eldar ghostcraft crack under torpedoes. I do not yearn for peace. Watch Commander." Ballus stepped closer until his shadow fell fully across the circle. "Misplaced sympathy is contamination," he said. "You will touch the minds of this autocracy many times before we are done. You will taste their unity, their confidence, their belief that they have created something greater than mankind alone. If you find any part of you softening, librarian, you will report it to me. Immediately. Do you understand?" Acastian held his gaze. "Yes," he said. "I understand." "Good," Balhus replied. "Because if you do not, I will see your body fed into a plasma core and your name scraped from the walls of this fortress. The purity test began upon the main hangar deck. 100 voidsmen stood in ranks, stripped to the waist, their skins slick with the sweat of fear. Each bore the simple tattoos of indentured service, nothing more. Their eyes flicked from the glimpses of the void beyond the field screens to the line of Astartes, standing before them. Chaplain Mordrin paced slowly along the line, Crozius held across his chest. "You serve upon the vessels of the Long Watch," he said, voice booming from his helm. "You walk the decks of ships that hunt the alien. You will see sights that can fester in the mind. You will hear the cries of Xenos beasts begging for mercy in tongues you do not know. You will witness worlds die for sins you do not comprehend. You will not question. You will not doubt. You will not falter." He stopped, turning to face the line fully. "Repeat after me," he intoned. "Suffer not the alien to live." Voices answered, ragged. "Suffer not the alien to live." "Louder," Mordrin snapped. "Again. Suffer not the alien to live." The words rolled back and forth, gathering rhythm. "Human hands that reach for alien claws are traitor hands," Mordrin said. "Say it." "Human hands that reach for alien claws are traitor hands," the voidsman parroted. "Human hearts that beat with love for alien beasts are traitor hearts." "Human hearts that beat with love for alien beasts are traitor hearts." "Human eyes that look upon alien glory and feel awe are traitor eyes." The line stuttered. One man, younger than most, his ribs still sharp under stretched skin, stumbled over the words. His mouth worked, but the phrase tangled. He muttered something closer to a plea than a catechism. Hrothgar stepped forward without a word. His bolt pistol was in his hand before the serf had fully realized his mistake. The weapon barked, the sound a brutal crack in the hangar's vastness. The round blew the top half of the man's skull into a red and white plume that spattered the faces and chests of the voidsmen to either side. His body dropped to its knees, then toppled, headless, blood pumping in thick spurts from the neck stump to pattern the deck. Silence, save for the patter of gore. Hrothgar looked along the line, red droplets, stippling his armor's greaves. "Say it again," he growled. "This time, do not falter." "Suffer not the alien to live," the voidsman screamed, voices cracking with terror. The early strikes were surgical, in the way a scalpel can be called surgical while it opens arteries and guts. Deathwatch scouts in silent gun cutters approached small docking hubs at the edges of autocracy space, their hulls masked, their engines cooled. They docked without hailing and disembarked kill teams in the station's blind spots. Astartes in black and silver moved through corridors like reaping shadows, bolters coughing death in tight throats of fire. Relay moons turned dark, their vox arrays snapped and slagged, their crews reduced to meat and charred bone. Agri-stations, enormous turning cylinders of soil and green, became charnel houses as Deathwatch squads walked the fields and hydroponic terraces, executing workers too shocked to run, then overloading the atmosphere processors, until fire took what bullets had not. No prisoners, no broadcasts, no survivors. Data cores were ripped from cogitator banks still warm from use. Machine spirits were bullied and coaxed into surrendering their secrets. Astropathic choirs were put to the sword, tongues severed before their bodies were burned, so that no stray vision of the fleet might slip from dying minds into the warp. On Saya Prime, Chancellor Drav watched the reports pile up. Another outpost silent, another convoy late, border stations failing to answer challenges, one after the other, each disappearance isolated in time but linked by pattern. Human advisors gathered around the hololithic table in his war room, eyes flicking between red markers and the Chancellor's face. Their uniforms were crisp, their hands shaking. "We should send a diplomatic mission," one said. "An overture to imperial authorities. There may have been a misunderstanding. Some audit, some probe. If we reassure them that our treaties remain firm." "Fool!" a Tsar war councillor hissed, his scaled bulk coiled upon a cushioned dais nearby. "This is no misunderstanding. Our stations do not go dark by accident. Our fleets do not fail to report. This smells of a knife in the dark." Other Sar murmured agreement, teeth clacking softly. "We should mobilize the inner fleets," the War Councillor continued. "Call in our garrison forces, seal our warp corridors, and prepare to strike outward in strength. Whoever does this must be shown that Shea is no easy meat." Drav rubbed his temples, fatigue and disbelief grinding at him. "We have enjoyed peace at this border for generations," he said. "Whatever this is, it cannot be full-scale war. We would have seen fleets massing. We would have intercepted some broadcast. There has been nothing." "That is what makes it weak," the Tsar replied. "Predators who hunt in silence are the most dangerous." Human and Tsar voices rose, clashing. Negotiation against mobilization. Hope against suspicion. Drav stood between them, feeling the weight of every life under his governance pressing down upon his spine. He thought of their schools, where human children played beside Tsar clutches, of their markets, where scaled merchants and human traders haggled in shared tongues, of treaties inked in blood and law both. He did not want to believe that a galaxy that had tolerated their existence, however grudgingly, had suddenly turned its full hatred upon them. He chose, for that moment, to trust in the long peace over the sharp scent of paranoia. In the dark between stars, a merchant convoy tore free from the warp. Its ships were fat-bellied, drives still shuddering from the translation, holds full of grain and manufactured goods, of spices grown in Tsar gardens, and tools forged in human manufactoria. Their escort flotilla should have been ahead, marking the lane, guns awake and watching. Instead, the convoy slid into a graveyard. The first warning came as proximity klaxons wailed, cutting through the crew's post-translation nausea. Space around them glittered with fragments, chunks of armor plating, some still bearing the intertwined symbols of human and Tsar. Broken weapon mounts, twisted lengths of structural support, then the bodies. They drifted in clouds, some in pieces, some strangely whole, arms spread as if in crucifixion upon the cold. Human forms, faces frozen in screams, hair and clothing billowing in zero gravity. Saurian forms, tails slack, jaws hanging open, eyes clouded. Frost crystals gleamed upon them where their fluids had boiled and frozen in the vacuum. The convoy's captains shouted over one another, voices high with shock. Vox channels crackled as they hailed their escorts again and again, as if somehow the hulks around them had become obstinate rather than dead. In the shadow of a cracked escort cruiser, a larger darkness moved. A strike cruiser slid from the silhouette of the wreck like a predator easing from cover. Its hull was black, shaped for war, the silver skull upon its flank glinting in reflected starlight. Its weapon mounts turned with slow, terrible grace toward the helpless merchants. In its command center, Watch Commander Balhus raised one hand. "Guns," he said. "Make ready." Phase Primus began with a single breath, drawn in the strategium of the flagship. Balhus stood at the heart of the chamber, ringed by hololithic ghosts and the low murmur of machine hymn. The great table before him glowed with the light of 100 star systems, their orbits and warp lanes rendered in pale fire. Cogitator banks hummed like distant insects. Servo skulls drifted in solemn circles, sensor arms trailing slow curls of incense that smelled of ash and iron. 3 systems pulsed red upon the map. "Verdansar," Balhus said, indicating the first. "Jalath Reach, Hekron's Belt, their frontier bastions, their early warning grid. Cut these, and the rest of their autocracy goes blind." Around the table, watch captains listened in hard silence. Severian Jaw, his features carved in ultramar marble, stood at Balhus' right. Hrothgar Skullgrim loomed beside him, broad and restless, the wolf totem at his belt rattling softly as he shifted his weight. Balhus's voice was calm. We will strike all three systems in unison, he said. No staggered advance, no probing raids. We do not bruise the beast to test its hide. We drive the blade between its ribs and twist. Hololithic icons flared brighter, symbolizing mustering forces. The equivalent of full kill companies in each vector, more strength than many chapters would commit to an entire sector campaign. You will have everything you require, Ballas continued. Kill teams, fleet batteries, teleportariums, inquisitorial black ships. We will not sip from the cup of war. We will drain it. Chaplain Mordrin's skull helm inclined. Such a concentration of Deathwatch has not been seen in living memory, he said, Vox giving his words a sepulchral edge. The Long Vigil bears its full fang, Watch Commander. The Long Vigil must burn, Balhus replied. It has watched these worlds for too long already. He looked up, meeting each captain's gaze in turn. Phase Primus is authorized, he said. Verdansar, Jalath Reach, Hekron's Belt. Leave nothing that can warn the others. No astropath alive. No Voxmast intact. No refugee convoys fleeing in panic to spread tales. When you are done, those systems will exist only as ruin and coordinates. They bowed their heads, accepting the weight. Verdansar shone bright and green in the void. From orbit, it might have been beautiful. Chains of orbital platforms circled above its atmosphere, their hulls painted in the colors of the autocracy. Some bore human script and heraldry, clean and angular. Others were decorated with the scaled glyphs of the Tsar, swooping and coiling in patterns that made human eyes ache if studied too long. Many stations carried both, one set of symbols entwined with the other like lovers' fingers. Between them, ships moved on ordered vectors. Human cruisers with their slab-sided hulls and macro-cannon broadsides. Tsar vessels shaped like armored predators, their flanks ridged and curved, prow blades designed for both ramming and psychological intimidation. Mixed flotillas of escorts and transports. Traffic lanes glowing with the faint signatures of tugs and haulers shuttling between world and void. When the Deathwatch fleet arrived, they came in silence. Translation shock rippled the local void, sensor ghosts flaring and dying as the black-hulled cruisers and escorts tore loose from the warp. Gellerfield echoes faded, engines coughed. Vox channels crackled with startled autocracy voices as the unknown contacts resolved into mass and vector. Unidentified fleet, a human Voxmaster aboard the main, defense platform intoned, his voice already tight. This is Verdansar primary control. You are entering a defended autocracy system. Identify yourself and state intent. On the same channel, a Tsar officer barked the challenge in harsh, clicking syllables, throat sacs pulsing with emphasis. The Deathwatch did not answer. They advanced. Autocracy fleets scrambled. Docking clamps spat out ships, their engines flaring. Human captains and Tsar war leaders shouted orders, their voices overlapping in a drilled chaos. Void shields rose in shimmering envelopes of energy over platforms and capital ships. Batteries traversed, muzzles seeking. Aboard the flagship, Balhus watched as the red icons of his own vessels spread and contracted with cold precision. Target their command and coordination nodes, he said. Teleport kill teams to bridge decks and ordnance control. Macro batteries free fire upon anything that breaks formation. Do not allow escape. Gun deck doors irised, open along Deathwatch hulls, exposing the mouths of macro cannons and lance arrays. Batteries began to speak, their voices thunder-made metal. Shells the size of civilian hab blocks hurled themselves across the void, trailing contrails of vaporized dust. Lances stabbed as spears of concentrated sun, punching through void darkness to sear into autocracy hulls. The first Tsar cruiser to take a full Deathwatch broadside seemed to shudder in disbelief. Its shields flared, then collapsed. Armor shattered under the rain of impact, great plates spinning away. Atmosphere vented in geysers. The vessel lurched, spine bending, then snapped in two, its halves tumbling, geometry suddenly obscene. Teleport flares blossomed aboard other ships. On the deck of a Tsar battleship, whose name in their own tongue translated only loosely as Predation of Dawn, warning runes flickered across bridge displays. Vox operators clicked out frantic updates. Human liaison officers shouted for calm, for coordination. The captain, a towering Tsar in grav armor and ceremonial crest, opened his mouth to roar an order. The air in the center of the bridge turned to blinding white. Sound vanished. For a heartbeat, everything was light and pressure. Then the flare collapsed, leaving behind a circle of towering black forms, steam curling from their plates where the temperature shift had kissed ceramite. Kill Team Hrothgar had arrived. Their armor was the black of event horizons, each left shoulder bearing the silver skull of the Deathwatch. Chains, totems and purity seals hung from their plates, clattering as they moved. Red lenses ignited like fresh wounds. The nearest Tsar warrior reacted on instinct, grav boots whining as he lunged, heavy blade swinging down in a blow that would have cut a human man in half. Hrothgar caught the weapon in his gauntlet. His fingers closed around the blade, ceramite and adamantium shrieking against alien metal. The force of the impact drove his boots, half a pace back, scarring the deck. For a moment, man and Xenos strained against one another, muscles thrumming, actuators screaming. Hrothgar laughed, a booming howl that cut through the bridge's shocked babble. "Good," he snarled. "Something that can push back." He yanked, dragging the Tsar forward, then drove his other fist into the warrior's skull. The blow caved in armor and bone, both with a moist cracking, eyes bursting from their sockets in a spray of vitreous jelly. Hrothgar did not let go. He clenched, fingers tightening until his gauntlet crushed past the shattered skull, into the pulped brain beneath, until his hand closed upon the slick stump of spine. He ripped the head free with an explosive wrench, spinal column coming with it in a rope of meat and splintered bone. Blood fountained from the thing's neck, thick and dark, spattering the bridge in arcs. The scream that followed was not from the dying Tsar warrior. It came from the human communications officer beside him, who choked on his own cry as a bolt round took him in the mouth, detonating out the back of his skull in a fan of pink mist and white shards. Bolters roared. The deck turned slick in moments, alien ichor mixing with human blood, bodies torn apart by mass-reactive shells. Hrothgar's brothers advanced in a staggered line, some firing, some covering, each shot placed with unhurried brutality. A Tsar helm burst like rotten fruit under a kraken bolt, face folding inward as bone and brain pulped. A human officer's chest collapsed around the crater of a round, ribcage reduced to shrapnel within him. His heart disintegrated, spraying out through his back in a wet spray. Control consoles shattered under stray shots, cogitator banks vomiting sparks and tongues of flame. The bridge's lumens flickered, bathing everything in a strobe of red and shadow. A Tsar bodyguard burst through the chaos, its grav armor carrying it in a blur toward Hrothgar, claws bared. It hit him like a thrown boulder, driving him back into a bulkhead with enough force to dent the plasteel. The Tsar slashed, talons screeching across his pauldron, leaving deep grooves in the ceramite. It snapped at his faceplate, jaws working, strings of bloody saliva whipping. Hrothgar sank his thumbs into its eye sockets. He shoved in, feeling resistance give under the crushing force. The Tsar thrashed, claws raking at his forearms, carving furrows that exposed the underlying musculature of cable and gene-wrought flesh. Hrothgar drove his iron thumbs deeper. The eyes burst under them, hot fluid bursting against his gauntlets. He kept pushing until his thumbs met in the creature's skull. One last wrench, and the bone between them cracked, brain matter sloughing out around his fingers. The Tsar went limp, its limbs twitching in dying spasms. The kill team left the bridge as they had found it, save that now the deck was carpeted in meat. Across the system, Severian led his own strike. Verdansar's warp gate nexus hung at the edge of the system, a colossal ring of blackened metal and weird stone, etched with sigils that were neither wholly human nor wholly Tsar. It throbbed with contained unreality, anchoring a stable corridor into the immaterium. that had allowed the autocracy to move its fleets with unnerving speed. Deathwatch Thunderhawks approached on silent engines, masked by Auspex blind zones and the electromagnetic storms that lapped constantly at the structure. They fired grapnels and docking hooks, mag clamps biting into ancient plates, boarding locks sealed. Teleportariums spat squads into key nodes, while Severian and his kill team cut their way through with melter charges. Autocracy defenders fought back with disciplined fire. Human troopers in grav harnesses and void suits moved along the Nexus's exterior, las fire lapping at Deathwatch plate in toothless streaks. Tsar clung to the superstructure, with claws and grav fields both, leaping with impossible agility from girder to girder, heavy blades flashing. Severian led from the front, Stormbolter barking, each double-tapped burst shattering bodies and armor alike. They forced their way into the control vault, a chamber of glass and steel where human and Tsar adepts tended to consoles that interfaced with the gate's core. Tsar glyphs scrolled alongside Gothic script. Holographic displays showed warp currents in colors that hurt the head. Severian raised his bolter. The adepts died before they could speak. The Nexus's machine spirit screamed in dissonant harmonies as Deathwatch tech adepts and Ferrum's own servitors moved in, jacking data spikes into ports, ripping out hardwired conduits. "We can seize this," one of Ferrum's subordinate tech marines said, Vox crackling with subdued awe. "Its architecture is ingenious, efficient. With study, we could replicate aspects. Our own deployments." Balhus's voice cut through the command channel. "Negative," he said. "No integration, no study. The Nexus is tainted with alien thought. It is a bridge built upon sin. Destroy it." Severian hesitated, eyes flicking to the projections. The gateway pulsed with potential. He imagined Deathwatch fleets slipping through its throat to strike at a dozen heresies at once. The strategic advantage was immeasurable. "Watch Commander," he said, diplomatic courtesy girding his words. "If we sterilize the physical space, purge the crew, there may be a way to isolate and repurpose the core. With sufficient rights, the machine cult could—" "Mankind has its own warp engines and corridors," Balhus replied. "We do not need doors built by alien claws. You have your orders, Severian." The Ultramarine's jaw tightened. "As you command," he said. They set the charges. Melter warheads were placed at structural choke points, their targeting runes purring with hungry light. Dominus-class plasma demolition charges were strapped to the primary containment rings. Severian ordered his brothers to withdraw in measured steps, falling back to the Thunderhawks as alarm klaxons wailed in discordant Tsar tones. From a safe distance, the Deathwatch watched the Nexus die. Fire blossomed along its circumference as charges blew. Segments of the ring peeled away, tumbling, dragging arcs of molten metal behind them. The gate's core, no longer stabilized, flared in an expanding sphere of unreality. For a few heartbeats, it glowed brighter than any sun in the system. Then the contained warp corridor collapsed in upon itself, imploding in a scream of energy that shattered remaining structures and spat a hurricane of maddened radiation out into the void. Verdansar's primary world awaited its own sentence. Cyclonic torpedoes slid from launch bays along Deathwatch hulls, their casings inscribed with kill scripts and wards, each one a contained apocalypse. Virus warheads followed, sleek and slender, their payloads 1,000 engineered plagues caged in glass and adamantium. They fell toward the world like judgment. Verdansar's atmosphere flared as the first warheads detonated. The Life Eater virus spread in seconds, an invisible tide. It rode on the wind, seeped through filters, crept under door seals. It found flesh and multiplied, its only imperative to consume. Skin blackened, cracking as blood tried to boil out through pores already clogged with necrotic tissue. Lungs dissolved into stinking slurry within shattered ribs. Eyes ran like hot wax-down cheeks. Men and Tsar both clawed at their throats as they choked on their own liquefied organs. In the hives, packed with workers and warriors, entire hab levels degenerated into screaming pits within moments. Families died embracing one another, their bodies fusing as their flesh melted and ran. Tsar clutches writhed as hatchlings and elders alike dissolved, scale and bone sloughing off in strings. Priests of both species howled, prayers that no longer reached anything that cared. Then the cyclonic warheads struck. They drove deep into the crust, their charges detonating with focused fury. Shockwaves ripped through bedrock, tearing apart tectonic plates that had taken ages to settle. Volcanoes ruptured, vomiting fountains of incandescent rock into the sky. Oceans were lifted, turned to scalding steam that rolled across continents, boiling any survivors alive in their shelters. Atmosphere burned, oxygen bonding with viral residues and superheated ash, turning the air itself into poison. Storm systems went mad, lashing the world with lightning that vaporized anything still standing. Hive spires groaned, then toppled, their great carcasses collapsing into seas of fire and molten stone. 8 billion souls, human and Tsar, died choking and burning upon a world that had once been a jewel of the autocracy. On Saya Prime, Chancellor Drav stood rigid before a flickering holoscreen, watching the last transmission from Verdansar crackle and twist. The governor's face appeared first, a man Drav had known for decades, his hair gone to grey in the service of their shared dream. Behind him, the Pict showed a command chamber shaking as distant impacts rippled through the structure. Vox interference crawled in the air like static ghosts. "Chancellor!" the governor shouted, his voice cutting through a storm of screaming in the background. "They are not taking ground. They are not landing troops in strength. They are burning us. The clouds are on fire. The rivers are steam. The Tsar regiments hold, but it does not matter. There is nothing left to hold. This is not a raid, Kalen. This is..." The image whited out. For a moment, Drav thought the transmission had simply failed, the usual lapse in astropathic fidelity. Then the white did not resolve to grain or static. Instead, it became a searing, featureless glare. Something flared at the edge of the Pict. A ghost of structure collapsing. And then even that was gone. The channel went dead. The governor's financial and biometric files on Drav's slate, linked to the man's living presence, flashed with system notices as they registered the cessation of all vital signs. Drav stared at the blank screen. "This is not a punitive action," he said softly, to no one. "This is not discipline. This is annihilation." Above other autocracy worlds, shield moons long trusted as bulwarks cracked under the hammering of Deathwatch lances. These moons had been hollowed and girdled with armor, filled with weapon emplacements and barracks, holding the refinery complexes that fed the gas giants below. Millions of laborers toiled in their guts, humans and Tsar both, their lungs already scarred by toxic fumes, but their lives at least protected by distance from the galaxy's wars. Balhus did not consider them innocent. He considered them resources of the enemy. Lance fire fell in concentrated, torrents, spears of focused energy boring into the moon's crusts. Stone turned to incandescent vapor, caverns collapsed, structural supports buckled, unable to hold against the combined stress of external assault and internal turbulences. One by one, the moons failed. Cracks boomed across their surfaces, shooting out from impact sites. Entire mountain ranges lifted and flew apart. Great chunks of rock, some the size of cities, sheared away, wreathed in plumes of dust and molten debris. Gravity could not decide how to hold them, and so they tumbled, drawn down toward the swollen gas giants they had circled for so long. They fell as fire. Each fragment slammed into the upper layers of the gas giant's atmosphere with planetary force, converting their mass into heat and shock. Concussion waves punched downward, compressing the already volatile gases into explosive reactions. Firestorms rose from the impact points, vast columns of flame that roared up through the cloud decks and tore at the moored refinery stations. Those stations, home to millions of slaved laborers chained to their pumps and fractioning towers, broke apart like toys. Girders snapped. Habstacks tore free and tumbled, spinning, their occupants hurled screaming into the hungry clouds. Reactor cores ruptured, their containment fields shredded, bathing everything nearby in poisonous radiation that turned bone to chalk and flesh to bloody jelly. Men who had never seen a bolter died with their mouths full of gas that burned like acid and tasted of nothing at all. On one battered autocracy frigate clawing its way out of that inferno, Highclaw Jakar chose to meet the Deathwatch head-on. The frigate had taken fire already. Its void shields were gone, its armor scorched and pitted. Whole sections of the hull lay open to the void, wires and pipes dangling like severed veins. Fires burned along its spine, containment fields flickering. Deathwatch teleport flares erupted in its main corridor, white blossoms that left ringing silence in their wake. When they faded, a squad of Terminators stood where there had been only smoke and panicked crew a heartbeat before. They were mountains of ceramite and adamantium, their tactical dreadnought armor dwarfing even their already giant frames. Cruxes Terminatus gleamed upon their shoulders, each bearing a splinter of ancient relic. Stormbolters and power fists, chain fists and thunder hammers. They marched forward, each step a drumbeat of doom upon the deck plates. Jakar hurled himself at them. He was huge even for his own kind, his grav armor strengthened and supplemented with trophies from a dozen campaigns. Chains of human and alien teeth rattled across his chest. His helm was open, his scaled muzzle bare, so that he could taste the blood in the air with every breath. He crashed into the lead Terminator with enough force to rock the Deathwatch warrior back a step. The storm shield came up, absorbing the impact, its energy field flaring in a crackling corona. Jakar's blade, a monstrous grav axe that shimmered with a distortion field of its own, bit down along the shield's edge and screeched, throwing sparks. The Terminator tried to bring his thunderhammer around in a wide swing. Jakar ducked under it with a burst of grav-assisted speed, teeth bared, and drove his free hand, claws extended, into the gaps at the edge of the warrior's gorget. His talons punched through the seals, stabbing into the soft transhuman meat beneath. He felt his claws scrape spine. With a roar, he ripped sideways. The Terminator's head came free in a shower of arterial spray, helm and skull torn from the body and flung down the corridor. The decapitated suit staggered, servos still firing in dumb insistence, then toppled like a felled statue, crashing into the deck hard enough to bend the metal. The other Terminators opened fire. Stormbolters thundered, shells smashing into Jakar's armor. Plates shattered, scales exploded in bloody chunks. One round took him in the hip, punching through grav generators and bone alike, leaving a crater of shredded flesh. Another slammed into his left shoulder, tearing the limb away completely in a welter of gore. He lurched, tail lashing for balance, and hurled himself sideways into a side passage, dragging his wrecked leg and leaving a smear of dark blood behind. SAR shock troopers surged forward to meet the Terminators, shrieking in their own tongue, blades and grav lances flashing. The corridor became a butcher's ditch. Jakar crashed into a secondary control compartment, slamming his remaining hand onto the emergency bulkhead controls. Doors dropped, thick slabs of adamantine slamming down between him and the advancing giants. It would not hold them for long. He did not need long. "Bridge!" he snarled into the intercom, his voice bubbling with the blood in his throat. "This is Highclaw. Overload the core, now!" Protests crackled back along the channel. Human officers pleaded. Tsar sub-commanders barked questions. "Do it!" Jakar roared. "Better ashes than chains!" He could feel the deck trembling as the Terminators began to tear through the bulkheads. He could hear the thunder of their weapons, the crunch of armor and bone under their boots, the wet sounds of killing. Somewhere deep within the ship, safety locks were overridden. Sacrosanct rights were broken in desperation. The plasma core howled as its regulators were forced open, containment fields stripped away. Jakar sank to one knee, his vision dimming, blood pooling around him in a dark, spreading lake. When the frigate died, it did so in a white starburst. The autocracy lost 3 frontier systems in the time it took for a man to draw a breath and speak a prayer. When the last world in Phase Primus was cinders and poison, Balhus turned his gaze from the flames to the quieter work. "Purge all astropathic traces," he ordered, voice as flat as ever. "Any seer who has seen too much of Sayer's so-called beauty is compromised." Acastian watched as the edicts moved through the fleet. In the astropathic vaults, bound psychers wept as interrogators with iron tools, and mind-locked servitors passed among them. Some were strapped down for lobotomy, the rusted blades sliding into their skulls with obscene gentleness, before churning their higher centers into pale mush. Others were marched to airlocks, chains rattling, their blind eyes staring in panic that could not see any mercy in the faces around them. Bulkhead seals opened, air howled. Their bodies tumbled into the void, limbs flailing for a few impossible seconds before the cold took them and they stilled, drifting among the frozen corpses from earlier culls. Within the flagship's strategium, Malvorn stood beside Balhus and watched entire planetary designations wink out on the hololith. "I have sanctioned exterminatus before," the Inquisitor said quietly. "Hive purges, demon-infested worlds, even a renegade forge, but never this. Not 3 systems in such quick order, not an entire frontier torn up by the roots. The devastation we have unleashed here will echo for millennia, Watch Commander." Balhus regarded the fading symbols that had once represented billions of living souls. "Echoes," he said, "are for historians." He turned his head, the cold of his gaze like a blade's edge. "And we will ensure there are none left to hear them." The War Council convened in a hall that had never heard raised voices before. Chancellor Regent Kaelan Drav had chosen the Chamber of Concord for the emergency convocation, as if some faint memory of its original purpose might restrain what he knew was coming. The chamber was an oval amphitheatre carved from pale stone veined with Tsar-grown crystal. Human architects had designed the sweeping arches, the galleries, the tiered seating. Tsar artisans had woven living latticework into the walls, vines of mineral growth that pulsed faintly with contained light. At the chamber's centre, a hololithic display hung in the air, showing the trailing reaches of the autocracy as a haze of stars and threads. 3 empty gaps burned in the projection, black wounds where Verdansar and its sister systems had once glowed. Human admirals in dress uniforms sat on one side of the oval, their faces gaunt and pinched. Tsar wore priests and war leaders, coiled upon their raised platforms opposite, tails wrapped around carved perches, scaled fingers flexing upon weapon hilts and data slates. Mixed aides stood in the galleries, human voices and Tsar hisses merging in a hum of tension. Drav stood at the edge of the hololith, the red, pulsing scars reflected in his eyes. Highclaw Jakar towered beside him, grav armor humming softly, crest plates bristling. His scales were duller than they had been when he last addressed this chamber in triumph, 1,000 small abrasions from recent battles giving his hide a roughened, scarred texture. "We have lost contact with Verdansar," Drav said, his voice steady only by long practice, "and with Jalath Reach, and with Hekron's Belt. Not just their defense fleets, their astropathic choirs, their civil traffic, their beacon signals. There is nothing." "Lies," a human admiral muttered. He caught himself and straightened. "Not lies from you, Chancellor. Lies in the data. A failure of relay nodes. The warp is fickle. Translation storms." Jakar's claws rapped against the edge of his dais, cutting the man off. "Storms do not silence 3 systems in concert," the Tsar growled. "Storms do not leave static where once there were voices. This is an enemy with teeth." Tsar war priests nodded, neck frills flaring. "We should have acted sooner," one of them hissed. "The border stations were going dark. We argued. We debated. Now the predator has taken 3 bites, and still some here would call it weather. The human admirals bristled. "You forget yourself," one snapped. "We command fleets that have held this frontier for generations. We have seen piratical incursions and orc marauders, and even imperial testing actions. None of this compares." "That is precisely the point," Jakar said. "This is different. Your experience of lesser threats blinds you to this greater one." Voices rose, human and Tsar, accusations and counter-accusations. The old fault lines that Unity had papered over began to crack. Drav listened for as long as he could bear it, then slammed his hand down upon the table's activation room. The hololith flared, expanding. The 3 dead systems pulsed. Then the projection zoomed outward to show the autocracy entire. Dozens of worlds, hundreds of stations, warp corridors weaving between them in a web of light. "The threat does not care who was." "Right," Drav said, cutting across them. "It does not care whether human caution or Tsar ferocity would have prevented this. It is here now. It is already killing us." Silence followed, brittle as ice. Jakar watched the map, slitted eyes narrowing. "What is your proposal, Chancellor?" he asked at last. There was a faint edge of mockery to the title, but not much, not now. Drav swallowed the retort that rose by instinct. "Full mobilization," he said. "Every inner fleet to readiness. Every reserve regiment to alert. Orbital defenses brought to maximum charge. All non-essential traffic recalled or rerouted." He gestured, and the warp corridors brightening in the projection dimmed, then winked out one by one. "And we seal the gates," he said. "All autocracy-controlled warp corridors go dark. No translation in or out without direct authorization from this council. If these attackers used our own routes to strike, we deny them that advantage." A murmur ran around the chamber. Some human admirals nodded, faces set. Others looked troubled. The Tsar war priests hissed in low conversation. "You would cut us off from the wider galaxy," a Tsar war leader said. "Make us a caged animal, pacing in our own territory." "We are already in the cage," Drav said. "We simply did not see the bars until now." Jakar's tail flicked. "Isolate, harden, and then strike outward in chosen directions," he said slowly. "Deny the foe our easy paths and make our stand where our claws are deepest. There is wisdom in this." He raised his voice. "I will not have our worlds die alone and confused," he roared, making the banners tremble. "We will meet this threat with every ship, every tank, every berth that can carry a weapon. Human admirals, you will merge your command with mine. Tsar and man will fight not in polite coalition, but as a single body with 2 sets of teeth. If there is any among you who dreams of petitioning, the Imperium for mercy, of bending the knee to a corpse kept alive by machinery, speak now so that we may cut out your tongue." No one spoke. "Then we are agreed," Drav said, forcing the words past the weight in his chest. "Full mobilization. Warp corridors sealed. We will meet this darkness together. The autocracy roused like a beast. Super-heavy Zargrav tanks rolled through human hive avenues, their hulls grown from fused bone and metal, armor plates humming with contained field strength. Their underslung projectors thrummed, lifting titanic mass from the ground so that they floated with deceptive grace, each movement a measured threat. On their flanks, human glyphs had been etched alongside Tsar sigils, battle honors shared. Human pilots climbed into these living fortresses under the watchful eyes of Tsar war priests, who daubed their foreheads with pungent oils and chanted blessings that spoke of pack loyalty and shared blood. In return, human chaplains placed purity tokens and autocracy seals upon the priests' chest plates, murmuring words about law and mutual defense. In the skies above, mixed fighter wings screamed through smog and cloud. Human pattern interceptors flew in tight formations alongside dart-shaped Tsarcraft, whose wings could shift and flex to change profile mid-flight. Pilots of both species listened to commands on the same Vox channels, obeyed instructions from controllers who spoke in blended Gothic and Tsar clicks. orbital defense grids woke fully for the first time in living memory. Platform crews scrambled to battle stations as activation klaxons howled in both human and alien registers. Men checked macro cannon feeds and lance capacitors, while SAR technicians slithered along conduits, their nimble claws moving with practiced speed over hybrid control panels. Banners hung in the control galleries, depicting human hands clasping scaled claws over stylized stars, a symbol that had once been a proud boast and now looked like a target. On the autocracy's broadest channels, Jakar's face filled the screens. He stood upon a dais in a command amphitheater, armor and scales washed in the cold light of 1,000 relays. Behind him hung the two entwined banners of human and SAR, their colors bold still despite the weight of new grief. "Citizens of Sayre," he said, his voice carried to the farthest mining outpost and agri-station, to the deepest underhive and the highest orbital ring. "Human and SAR both, we have been struck in the dark. Worlds have gone silent. This enemy does not parley. It does not negotiate. It does not observe any law, but slaughter." His muzzle pulled back, teeth bared. "They believe our union is a sin," he snarled. "They believe that species must stand apart, hating one another and dying alone. They come from an imperium that would see humans broken under a distant tyrant and all Xenos dead. They come to unmake what we have built." He leaned forward, his eyes hard. "I swear this upon the bones of my sires and the law codes of your distant terror. Any world that surrenders to this enemy will be considered traitor to both our species. Any admiral who lowers his shields will be recalled in chains and his name spat upon until memory fades. Any governor who opens his gates will see his own kin cast out." He spread his arms wide. "Stand with us," he said. "Fight with us. There will be no forgiveness and no going back. Only victory together, or death together." In the flagship's strategium, the transmission played silently over one corner of the hololith. Human words overlapped with SAR clicks, the two languages dancing. Hrothgar watched it with a wolfish grin. "Two-handed treason," he chuckled. "They do the work for us. One oath for man, one for beast, and both tied together like a gut rope." Chaplain Mordrin's helm inclined fractionally. "False faith is still faith," he said. "Better to break it than let it rot." Malvorn's augmetic eye ticked as he considered the speech. "Their resolve will harden now," the Inquisitor said. "This will be no quick rout. If we wish a live specimen of their leadership caste, we must take care to isolate targets before Jakar throws them all into glorious suicides." Balhus did not look at the projection. His gaze rested on the map of upcoming operations. "Take your specimens where you can," he said, "but the war does not slow to accommodate your jars." When the first autocracy world raised white signals over its cities, Malvorn moved quickly. The frontier moon of Kydron had never been important. It was a listening post and fuel depot, a way station for ships moving between greater hubs. Its population numbered in the low millions, mostly laborers and their overseers, human and SAR, in nearly equal measure. When reports of Verdansar's death reached them, panic had spread. When the Deathwatch fleet arrived, at extreme range, panic crystallized into fear. Now, from orbit, surrender flags bloomed. They were improvised, but the meaning was clear. On the roofs of habstacks and administrative towers, cloths of white and pale grey unfurled, marked with crude versions of the entwined human hand and scaled claw symbol. Vox channels carried frantic pleas for parley, for terms, for mercy. Human and SAR voices spoke together, stumbling over rehearsed lines. In one of the fleet's observation blisters, Malvorn watched the display. "This is an opportunity," he said. "We take the world intact. We send in capture teams. We take their officials, their priests and philosophers. We extract their ideological texts, their education strata. If we want to understand this heresy in full, we must see it not only in the flames of its death, but in the ink of its laws." Balhus stood beside him, arms folded. You have seen 3 systems die, he said. You still imagine that this is about understanding. It must be, Malvorn snapped, then checked his tone. If this is not an aberration, but a model, it may have taken root elsewhere. There may be other coalitions like this, hidden in the dark. If we do not learn the shape of their thought, we will always be reacting, never anticipating. Balhus considered the moon. On its surface, tiny points of light flickered as people gathered in open plazas, waving their makeshift flags at a sky that held their doom. Human boys stood with Sar juveniles at their sides, arms linked. Elders of both species knelt in streets, heads bowed, mouths moving in prayers to different gods, united in desperation. That, Balhus said, is the ideological record. Human and alien kneeling together. That is all you need to know. He turned away. Gunnery decks, he said over the command vox. Load Hellfire missiles. Target all major population centers. Confirm. In the gun decks, servitors and human ratings heaved. Ordnance into launch racks. Hellfire warheads slid into place, their casings etched with sigils that turned the stomach if looked at too long. These were not mere high-explosive bombs. They were incendiary weapons sanctified with unguents and curses, designed to cling to flesh and soul alike. Launch orders came. From the millions below, the missiles were little more than streaks of light, briefly beautiful against the black. Then, they fell into the atmosphere and bloomed into descending stars. When they struck, Kadrin's thin air caught fire. Hellfire payloads burst in mid-descent, showering the ground with chemgel that burned through stone, metal, and flesh indiscriminately. Men and Sar, who had been waving flags a heartbeat before, were suddenly shells of screaming meat, skins sloughing away to expose muscle that ran like tallow. Eyes boiled in skulls, bursting in bloody steam. Children trying to flee found their feet glued to the ground by sticky burning gel, their legs consumed as they screamed. In plazas where human and Sar had stood side by side in surrender, bodies now thrashed together, indistinguishable in flame. In a quiet void dock far from the main battle lines, Severian led his kill team through shadow and steel. The diplomatic hub of Vesscent Station was a neutral ground, or had been. It was where autocracy officials met with emissaries from other powers. Imperial envoys had walked its halls once, under heavy guard, trying to steer Seir into some form of limited compliance. Those days were gone. Now the station hosted only those human moderates within the autocracy who still hoped the Imperium might listen. They had gathered in a conference hall that had been designed to impress human eyes. Gothic pillars, stained glass showing stylized history. At the far end hung a tapestry showing Terra and Seir joined by a bridge of stars. Severian watched from the upper gallery through his helm's augmented sight. Below, men spoke in hushed tones. "We can still salvage this," one said, pounding a fist into his palm. "We send a delegation. We kneel if we must. Show them we are still human, that we honor the Emperor however we have strayed." "They have just incinerated Verdansar," another replied. "What makes you think they will stop to listen?" Severian signaled. His brothers slipped into firing positions along the galleries. Bolters whispered as they came to bear. The first volley came down like a verdict. Rounds tore through table and flesh, exploding inside bodies, turning ribs into shrapnel that shredded lungs. Men were flung from their chairs, torsos opened, limbs separated. Blood splashed across parchment, smearing carefully drafted proposals into illegible red mud. A moderator, who had been lifting his hands for calm, had them shot off at the wrists, stumps, suddenly fountains. Those who survived the initial storm tried to flee. There was nowhere to go. Exit doors locked with impatient beeps, already overridden by Deathwatch hack codes. Men threw themselves against them, fingers scrabbling for purchase, only to be scythed down by disciplined, methodical fire. In less than a minute, the hall was quiet, save for the crackle of small fires and the gurgling of the dying. Severian descended the stairs at an unhurried pace, boots leaving crimson footprints. One of the men still clung to life near the head of the table, half his face missing, teeth bared in a permanent rictus. His single remaining eye rolled to look up at the giant looming over him. Imperial, he choked. We are loyal. We were always. Severian looked down at him. You were fools, he said. You thought you could knit flesh back to a corpse that has already rotted away. He put a bolt into the man's chest, ending the matter. The charges they planted were placed with precision. Severian directed his brothers to stack SAR weapons beside some of the bodies, to scuff the flaw in patterns that suggested claws and grav boots. They set the explosives in such a way that when the charges blew, the forensic evidence would point to a SAR incursion, not a Deathwatch execution. Let the autocracy think its own divisions had boiled over. Let them mistrust one another. It would save the Deathwatch ammunition in the long run. Hrothgar preferred a more direct expenditure of rounds. On the jungle world of Isath, Tsar regiments had dug in under the canopy. The planet's surface was a riot of life, broad-leaved plants and twisted-trunked giants strangling the light. Vines hung in curtains, thick as a man's arm. In that humid dark, Tsar warriors were in their element. Hrothgar's squad advanced in single file, bolters up, chain weapons humming in low gear. Their armor's auto-senses adjusted constantly, filtering heat ghosts from real targets, passing the endless insect chitter and animal shriek for the distinctive rhythms of movement that betrayed sapient hunters. Smells like Fenris's pits when the ice melts, Hrothgar grunted. Rot and blood. Your home sounds charming, a brother muttered. Better than this, Hrothgar said. At least on Fenris, the things trying to eat you do not pretend to be allies first. The first Tsar hit them from above. It dropped from the canopy on fields of muted grav, talons extended, blade flashing. It landed on a Deathwatch brother's shoulders, claws screeching against the reinforced plates of his gorget. Its momentum drove the Marine to one knee. Before he could recover, another Tsar lunged from the undergrowth, slamming a grav lance into the side of his helm. The field spike discharged, and the brother's head caved in like thin tin, brains and bones splattering the inside of his collar. Bolters roared, shredding foliage and flesh alike. The jungle exploded into motion. Tsar warriors leapt from branch to branch, using their tails and claws to traverse spaces that would have stalled human soldiers. Grav harnesses flickered, letting them shift direction mid-fall, turning what should have been suicidal drops into controlled impacts. A Tsar hit Hrothgar, square in the chest, blade point slamming into his plate. The armor held, dense spider webbing out from the impact. The force still took him off his feet, driving him onto his back in a cascade of crushed undergrowth. The Tsar screamed in his face, hot fetid breath washing over his helm, then drove its claws down. Hrothgar caught one wrist, then the other, muscles straining. Good, he growled. Closer. He jerked forward, smashing his helm into the Tsar's snout. Bone crunched, teeth snapped, the Xenos reeled. Hrothgar twisted, rolling, forcing them both into the muck. He ripped one arm free and jammed his chain axe up under the Tsar's rib plates. He thumbed the activation rune. The teeth bit and spun, carving through armor, bone and organs in a gout of hot gore. The Tsar convulsed, claws raking, useless furrows in Hrothgar's chest plate as its innards turned to shredded paste. The chain teeth clogged, choking on meat, but by then there was little left beneath them but ruin. When the ambush ended, the jungle clearing was a slaughter pit. Deathwatch bodies lay broken, some missing limbs, some crushed under collapsed trees toppled by grav pulses. Around them, the Tsar dead were piled high. Hrothgar stood in the middle of it, knee-deep in alien organs and human wreckage, breathing hard, armor savaged and streaked with fluids in colors the Codex had never named. He spat, a gobbet of blood and phlegm splattering onto something that might have been a liver. Fight like that every time, he said to the corpses. It will make this crusade almost worth the effort. In a shrine on Sayer Prime, the the war's shape looked different. Brother Librarian Acastian stood at the threshold, helm cradled in the crook of his arm, gaze taking in the chamber. It had been built by human architects and Tsar shamans both. Columns of carved stone rose to a ceiling of living crystal that refracted light into shifting patterns. Human scripture in stylized High Gothic wound around Tsar glyphs in spirals, each language flowing into the other. Statues stood in alcoves, humans with their hands resting on Tsar shoulders, Tsar with their claws curved protectively over human heads. In the center of the chamber, a circular pool reflected the ceiling, its surface perfectly still. Around the pool, human philosophers and Tsar shamans knelt in contemplation. They did not look up when Acastian entered in his black and silver plate, though they must have heard the weight of his footsteps. He stepped to the pool's edge and closed his eyes. The warp was thin here. He reached out with his mind, dipping thought into the stillness as he might have dipped a hand into water. Ripples moved outward, touching other ripples. He saw images, not clear, but powerful. A human hand reaching out to help a Tsar youngling to its feet. A Tsar shield wall standing firm while human artillery roared overhead. Worlds where humans and other aliens worked under the same stars. He saw futures that might have been. The autocracy's model expanded, cell-like, to other corners of the galaxy. Human factions tired of imperial neglect reaching out to neighboring Xenos who could offer trade, protection, knowledge. Shea becoming not an isolated experiment, but the first of many such polities. The long war not ending, but altered, fractured, complicated in ways that even the heretic Primarchs might not have foreseen. For a disorienting moment, Acastian understood the appeal. No more weight of a dying emperor's expectations. No more endless crusades fought for the same broken cause. Instead, 1,000 different bargains, some vile, some pragmatic, all reshaping the galaxy. He recoiled, horror clawing up his spine. Power rose with the revulsion. Witchfire crawled along his fingers, licked at the edges of his vision. He looked down and saw his reflection in the pool, eyes burning with cold blue light. The philosophers and shamans finally looked up. One human opened his mouth, perhaps to protest, perhaps to plead. A Tsar at his side hissed a word that might have been welcome or warning. Acastian raised his hand. Warp flame poured from his palm in a roaring sheet. It swept around the pool, engulfing the kneeling figures. Flesh blackened and cracked. Eyes burst. Voices that had once argued eloquently for unity now screamed without words as souls were cut loose and hurled into the immaterium as blazing cinders. The living crystal in the ceiling howled as its internal lattice burned from the inside, light leaking in raw, unfocused beams that scorched stone. Statues melted, faces twisting as if in final protest. The water in the pool flashed to steam, expanding in a blast that shattered its rim. When it was over, Acastian stood alone amid charred bones and collapsing architecture. "The future you dreamt of is ashes," he said to the dead. His voice shook. "It will never be." On Zaya Prime, in a private office behind 3 layers of security, Chancellor Drav stared at the draft surrender terms on his slate. He had written the words slowly, carefully, fingers trembling. Offers to dismantle the autocracy's mixed command structures. Promises to place Tsar populations under imperial oversight in exchange for clemency for human citizens. Declarations of continued loyalty to the Emperor, however estranged. He knew they were lies even as he wrote them. The Imperium tolerated little and forgave less. But hope, once planted, was hard to extirpate entirely. A shadow fell across his desk. Jakar stepped into the office, armor still stained with battlefield filth, one eye bloodshot from the pressure of his last fight. He looked down at the slate, then up at Drav. "What is this?" he asked, voice low. Drav's throat tightened. "Contingency planning," he said. "If we cannot hold—" "You would beg," Jakar said, on your knees, to the same Imperium that now burns our worlds. If they offer survival for our people, even scattered and humbled, should we not consider it? Drav demanded. Is it not better that some of us live under any banner than that all of us die for pride? Jakar's claws flexed. I have ripped traitors apart for less, he murmured. You write the words of surrender while our fleets still burn in the sky. You weigh the worth of our dead against the privilege of continuing as slaves. He stepped around the desk with sudden speed, grav motors whining, claws snapping shut around Drav's throat. The Chancellor choked, feet lifting from the floor. I should tear out your spine and hang your carcass from the palace gate, Jakar hissed. Drav clawed at the hand throttling him, face darkening. You can, he rasped. And then what? Who will sign your war edicts? Who will speak to the human admirals who still follow the law codes of terror? Kill me, and you have your honor. And one fewer tool. Jakar's grip tightened, then slowly loosened. He dropped Drav back into his chair as if discarding a broken weapon. You will not send these, he said, nodding at the slate. If I hear so much as a whisper of you reaching out to that corpse empire, I will forget the value of your signature. You will smile for the cameras and tell humans and Tsar alike that we stand together until the last. You will be my symbol. Nothing more. Drav massaged his bruised throat, hatred and shame battling in his chest. I will do what I must, he said quietly, even if that means wearing chains you do not see. Far above a different world, Balhus watched as icons representing cultural centers lit up on the hololithic map. This world, he said, indicating the globe. Talis Var, known centers of human and Shah educational exchange, schools, academies, universities founded jointly, nursery habs where the young of both species are raised together. The autocracy has invested heavily in making this place a seedbed. Inquisitor Malvorn frowned. They will be centers of ideological strength, he said. If any of their teachers survive this war, they will carry the torch of this heresy onward. Balhus nodded. It is not enough to cut down the tree, he said. You must salt the soil, he signaled to the gunnery decks. Ordinatus, grade bombardment, he ordered. Target every major population center with a recorded ratio of human to Psi Young above median. Focus on nursery districts, schooling complexes, cultural exchange centers. Kill the future of this sin. The weapons that answered were not mere planet killers. They were erasers. In orbit, massive siege cannons in tracked carriages were maneuvered into firing alignment within cavernous launch bays. Each shell they lifted into place was a mountain of slumbering devastation. Machine spirits leashed with chains of code and prayer. When the firing codes were spoken, they roared like gods. Shells fell in long arcs, slow enough that some on the surface could see them with the naked eye before impact. On Talis Var, children in mixed species classes pointed up at strange streaks in the sky, voices filled with innocent wonder. Teachers glanced up, frowning, not yet understanding. Parents stepped onto balconies, shading their eyes. The first impact turned a continent into shrapnel. Shock waves drove through bedrock, shattering everything above into hunks. Cities ripped apart along fault lines no one had known lay beneath them. Nursery towers, designed with loving care to provide safety to growing bodies, folded like paper and were swept away in avalanches of rubble. The second strike pummeled at the world's mantle, sending plumes of molten rock fountaining through the new wounds. Rivers of magma poured across the land, carving through forests and farmlands, schools and shrines. Children died without ever understanding why the ground had begun to move. Orbital Auspex recorded it all dispassionately. From the perspective of the Deathwatch ships, the continents lit up in a lattice of fire. Lines of burning cities traced old trade routes and population clusters, glowing like veins filled with light. As the Ordinatus grade strikes continued, the lattice thickened, then began to fracture as tectonic plates tore and collided. New mountain ranges surged up, only to collapse. Whole sections of crust slid under others, grinding them down in a slow, grinding cataclysm. The lattice broke, becoming islands of flame adrift in seas of incandescent rock. Then even those went out, swallowed by smoke and ash as the sky darkened, and Talisvar's face turned from green and blue to the dull red of a wound and the dead black of cooled stone. In the silence that followed, the Auspex techs adjusted their calibrations and marked the world as denied. Balus watched until the last red flicker faded. "Next," he said. The Covenant worlds lay at the heart of the autocracy, like jewels in a crown. From orbit, their cities were a mesh of light that wrapped continents, bright veins and nodes pulsing against the dark. Hives and spires rose from plains and coasts, but they were not the monolithic slabs of imperial worlds. Here, human structures of ferrocrete and plasteel intertwined with Sar, grown architectures of bonestone and living crystal. Bridges curved in organic arcs between angular towers. Temples bore human colonnades and saurian friezes in the same breath. Balhus looked down upon one such world, its main hive cluster rendered in perfect detail by the flagship's augur spirits. Mixed traffic plied its skies. Human pattern gun cutters and bulky transports flew alongside sleek Sar craft, whose wings shifted and folded as they moved. Below, avenues wound between buildings that were neither wholly human nor wholly alien. "It is worse than any Xenos hive," he said quietly. Inquisitor Malvorn stood beside him at the observation blister, hands resting upon the rail. The glass before them was triple-layered adamantine crystal, thick enough to shrug off debris and glancing fire, clear enough to show the scars of civilization below. "How so?" Malvorn asked, though he knew the answer. "A Xenos hive is a tumor," Balus replied. "Foreign, obvious. You cut it out, you burn the flesh around it, you move on. This..." He gestured at the city. "This is rot. Human and alien flesh grown together. There is no clean incision. Every blow is messy." He turned away, cloak flaring. "Begin surface operations," he said. "Clean or messy, the cut will be made." Severian's drop pod howled through the Covenant world's upper atmosphere, its hull shuddering as it punched down through cloud. Inside, the kill team stood. In the cramped red gloom, maglocks holding their boots to the deck. Harnesses rattled. Warning runes flickered and pulsed. Severian's Stormbolter rested across his chest, its machine spirit murmuring in faint code against his palms. He could feel each of his brothers through squad link, a thrum of focuses. No one spoke. The pod hit. Impact shock slammed up through Severian's frame. Explosive bolts blew, ramps dropping with thunderclap force. Light and sound crashed in. The Deathwatch strode out into the central nave of the Covenant Cathedral. It had been built as the heart of the hive, a declaration of the autocracy's doctrine made stone. Columns of white marble rose to meet a vaulted ceiling, inlaid with Sar-grown crystal that glowed with captured daylight. Statues lined the walls, human and Sar pairs carved in heights that dwarfed any living worshipper. Here a human governor with his hand upon the shoulder of a Sar war leader. There a Sar shaman with his claw resting upon. A human priest's back. In the center of the nave, beneath a great dome painted with scenes of human and Sar victories over common foes, civilians knelt in prayer. They were still kneeling when the Deathwatch opened fire. Bolter rounds slammed into bodies, tearing men from their feet and hurling them back in sprays of blood. The first line of worshippers barely had time to turn their heads before they were cut down. Those behind them rose in confusion, mouths opening in questions that became screams as frag grenades bounced across the polished marble and detonated. Shrapnel rattled from Severian's plate as he advanced, each step precise. Civilians tried to run, slipping in the spreading slick on the floor. Some reached the doors, only to jam in panicked clusters around the great portals, clawing and shoving at one another in blind terror. The Deathwatch's fire herded them, forcing them down side aisles, driving them into corners where the giants could walk methodically through and finish the work at close range. Marble that had reflected stained glass light now reflected shards of bone and the tattered remnants of banners. Blood pooled in the carved letters of shared autocracy litanies, filling the hollows as if trying to erase them. A human boy, no more than an adolescent, stumbled towards Severian. His face was grey with dust, streaked where tears had cut tracks through it. In his hands he held a small icon, a sculpted pairing of human and Tsar figures standing beneath a stylized star. He held it up as though it might have been a shield. "Please," he gasped. "We honor the Emperor as you do. We—" The Stormbolter roared. The boy fell, the icon skittering across the bloody floor to crack against the base of a statue. "Honor is not the word I would use," Severian said, and moved on. In high orbit, one of the Covenant world's refugee habarks turned slowly, a crescent of metal and composite that could have ringed mountains had it been laid upon the ground. It had been designed as sanctuary. In times of disaster, portions of the hive population could be evacuated into its vast internal bays, its sealed compartments and artificial parks. Now every one of those spaces was filled. Tens of millions pressed inside its shell. Human and Tsar crammed into hab decks and repurposed cargo holds, waiting for news that never came. Deathwatch boarding pods spidered over its hull, clamping on like ticks. Tech Marine Ferrum led the breaching teams. Under his direction, servo harness arms swung plasma cutters and grav drills into position against the Ark's outer skin. Runes glowed as charges were placed along likely stress points. The hab's internal vox carried confused announcements. Someone at its heart trying to maintain order as tremors and unfamiliar clangs rippled through the structure. When all was ready, Ferrum spoke a single word. The breaches blew in unison. Sections of the outer hull vanished in flares of white. Light, slag and shards flung outward. For an instant, the internal atmosphere held. Then it surged to follow the path of least resistance, roaring out through the ruptures in howling gales. Inside, millions were lifted from their feet and hurled toward the widening holes. Hab decks became storms of bodies and debris, people slamming into bulkheads, each other, the edges of twisted metal. Those nearest the breaches were flung into space, limbs thrashing uselessly as they tumbled into vacuum. Air followed, clouds of mist and loose objects, the world inside the Ark turning vertiginous and weightless in heartbeats. From the gun decks of the waiting escorts, the Hab Ark was a vast, wounded thing shedding light and matter. Mass drivers elevated, their barrels rotating with deep mechanical intent. Ferrum's voice spoke down the line, cold as any machine command. "Target spinal segments," he said. "Fire for structural compromise." Rounds the size of ground transports left the barrels at a fraction below light speed. They streaked into the already buckling Ark, punching through decks and compartment walls, shattering support girders. Each impact knocked the structure further off true. Momentum building. The Hab Ark began to tumble, its graceful curve bent into a broken crescent. Fires inside, sparked by ruptured power conduits and crushed machinery, glowed through its wounds. Viewed from a distance, it looked like a coffin set adrift, trailing sparks and the frozen shapes of those who had thought it a refuge. No evacuation orders were sent. There was nowhere left that counted as safe. On Saya Prime, the Covenant bombardments were not distant reports. They were thunder underfoot. Chancellor Drav moved through crowds in the capital's mid-tiers, flanked by human and Tsar bodyguards. Explosions shuddered, dust falling from the vaulted ceilings in fine curtains. The air tasted of promethium fumes and fear. Vox towers crackled, spilling conflicting reports in fragments. Some streets were a heaving mass of bodies, others eerily empty. Drav's staff urged him to remain in the command bunker. He had refused. "If I am to sign the death warrants," he had said, "I will at least walk among those I am condemning." Now he picked his way through a plaza where a statue of human and Tsar lawgivers had been toppled, its stone faces broken. A shell had hit the far side of the square, turning market stalls into a crater, ringed with shards of metal and body fragments. Men staggered past him, eyes wide and unfocused. Tsar lurched with torn crests and limping tails, some dragging fellow wounded, some clutching children to their chests. A blast cracked somewhere overhead. Building fronts across the plaza shuddered, window panels imploding. Shards of glass fell in a glittering curtain. A Tsar boy shrieked as a shard speared his leg, dropping him. Drav watched one of his Tsar guards swing him up one-armed, carrying him as they pushed on. The Chancellor's aide shoved a recording device into his hands, its indicator runes blinking. "Lord Regent," the man said, voice tight, "if you still intend to send a message beyond our borders, it should be now, before we lose outbound capacity entirely." Drav looked at the device, then at the bodies in the crater. He thumbed the activation rune. "This is Chancellor Regent Kalen Drav of the autocracy of Saya," he said, forcing his voice to cut through the distant thunder. "To any imperial authority that hears this." He paused, tasting the old words, feeling their bitterness. "You are burning my people," he said. "Human and Tsar both. You call our alliance a sin. You call our existence a threat. I tell you this. We are proof of something else. That your Imperium's cruelty is a choice, not a necessity. That humans do not have to live as chained chattel in the dark. That there is another way to face the night." He ducked instinctively as a nearby building took a hit, fragments sleeting overhead. His guards closed in, shields raised, taking the brunt. One human bodyguard went down with a piece of masonry through his chest. A Tsar guard fell shielding Drav from shrapnel, his arm severed cleanly at the shoulder. Drav swallowed, continuing. "If you have any shred of honor left," he said, "if there are any among you who still think, rather than obey, look upon what you are doing here. Ask yourselves if this is protection or butchery." The device whined as its buffer filled. Whether the message would ever reach any ears beyond Saya Prime, Drav did not know. "I beg you," he said, the words tasting like ash. "See us as a bridge, not a threat." A shell landed close enough that the blast threw him from his feet and shattered the recorder. Elsewhere on the same world, Hrothgar Skalgrim walked through a school. The building had been designed with care, its walls covered in murals showing human and Tsar children, playing together under stylized stars. Classrooms opened off a central hall, their doors marked with symbols from both cultures. Desks lay overturned. Books littered the floor. The air stank of smoke and fear. Hrothgar moved slowly, bolter pointing down, boots crunching on scattered learning slates. Behind him, his squad spread out, checking rooms. He stepped into a wide lecture hall and found them. A cluster of human boys stood in the center of the space, their backs straight despite the tremors in their legs. They had formed a rough line between Hrothgar and a huddled group of Tsar juveniles behind them. The small saurian forms clung to one another, crest spines flattened, eyes wide. None of them looked old enough to have held a weapon. One of the boys took a half step forward. "Please," he said, voice high, cracking. "They are children. We all are. We have done nothing to you." Hrothgar regarded them through his helm. "They are alien," he said. "You stand for them." "We stand for each other," the boy replied. His gaze flicked to the black armor, to the silver skull. "We know who you are now. We were taught. You are the ones who hunt the alien. But these are our friends. If you want them, you go through us." His hands shook, but he did not lower the piece of pipe he had picked up as a makeshift weapon. Behind Hrothgar, one of his brothers shifted. "Sergeant," the Marine murmured. "Orders?" Hrothgar raised his bolter. For a heartbeat, he hesitated, not out of doubt, but to taste the weight of it. "Mercy is a lie," he said. He pulled the trigger. Bolter fire tore through the line of boys, flinging them back into the Tsar juveniles they had shielded. Bodies fell in tangled heaps. The makeshift defiance ended in less than a second. Blood streaked the murals. A Tsar child made a thin, keening sound, then silence as another round ended that too. Hrothgar ejected the spent magazine and slammed in a fresh one. "Burn the building," he said. "There will be no shrines to this place." In the ruins of a fallen Covenant world's garrison, Chaplain Mordrin had gathered the human survivors. They knelt in a cleared square of ground, stripped of armor, wrists bound behind their backs. Their uniforms still bore the twin symbols of the autocracy. Some had bruises and cuts from the fights that had led to their capture. All bore the same hollow, exhausted expression. Mordrin paced along their line, Crozius resting upon his shoulder. "You chose to surrender," he said, vox amplified so every man could hear. "You chose to break with the alien in life, but you broke far too late. You stood beside them, fought for them. Your blood mixed with theirs on battlefields. You have drunk too long from the same poisoned cup to claim purity now." One of the kneeling soldiers lifted his head. "We laid down arms when we saw what you did to the last regiment," he said. His voice shook, but words still came. We thought perhaps you would recognize that you would see we were still human." Mordrin stopped beside him. "You laid down arms," the chaplain repeated. "Not for the Emperor, not in repentance, but to save your own lives. Fear is not faith." He lowered the Crozius, its winged head hovering inches above the man's brow. "You will recite the litany against the alien," he said. "You will speak the words you should have clung to in the first place. And then you will die. It is more than you deserve." He stepped back. "Begin," he commanded. A low, ragged chorus rose. "Suffer not the alien to live," the soldiers muttered. "Suffer not the alien touch. Suffer not the alien creed. Suffer not the alien to stand beside man as brother." Some faltered. Some sobbed. Mordrin waited until the last line was spoken. Then he gave a small nod. The firing squad stepped up behind the kneeling men. Bolters spoke in a single, massive exhalation of sound. Heads snapped forward, bodies toppled, one after another, kicked briefly by the shock of impact before going still. Blood soaked the ground, turning the cleared square into a dark, spreading stain that lapped at the chaplain's boots. "Cleansed," Mordrin said, and turned away. On a Sar shrine world, where temples grew from the ground like teeth and human pilgrims once climbed steps carved by saurian claws, a Castian found his opponent. The Sar shaman stood in the center of a courtyard, the air around him shimmering with heat despite the cool of the thin atmosphere. His scales were marked with ritual sigils. Bone charms and data tags hung around his neck, clattering softly. In his hands he held no weapon of metal, only a staff of living crystal that hummed with unseen currents. "You are the mind burner," the shaman said in accented Gothic as a Castian approached. "The one who turned our philosophers to cinders. And you are the shepherd of these hallucinations," a Castian replied. "You wove their dreams of harmony. You anchored this world in that lie." "You fear it," the Sar said, crest spines lifting. "Harmony. You fear that if your kind saw what we made, they would turn from their corpse god and his hunger." A Castian felt anger rise, sharp and bright. "You mistake disgust for fear," he said. They reached for the warp together. The courtyard fell away. The shrine walls blurred. A Castian felt his mind plunge into a sea that was not empty. The shaman's presence met him there, a vast pattern of thought built not on solitary will, but on a web of connections. Human minds touched Sar minds in that place, threads linking them in a shared construct of belief. For an instant, a Castian saw a galaxy where such nodes glowed everywhere, where the warp was studded with these points of communal light, instead of dominated by the howling sensations of isolated souls. Then he struck. Blue fire erupted from his outstretched hands, but this was no mere raw discharge. It was calculated disruption, stabs of will and counter-idea that tore at the underpinnings of the shaman's construct. The Sar pushed back, shoring up connections, drawing on the strength of thousands in the city below, whose prayers fed into this node. The clash rippled outward. Men in the streets fell to their knees, hands clutching their heads, as an invisible pressure drove into their skulls. Jar staggered, tails lashing, as their vision filled with after-images of burning suns and shattered bridges. Some simply dropped where they stood, minds overloaded, eyes staring at things nothing sane should see. Buildings shuddered as Prometheum tanks went up, set alight by dropped torches and flung missiles. Fire spread through the city, even as its citizens wandered blind and lost, deaf to the screams around them. In the shrine, Acastian poured in more of himself, pushing past the whispers that told him he could let it collapse slowly, that he could let these people see the folly of their belief as it came apart. "They see nothing," he snarled. "They only drown." He drove a final lance of thought into the shaman's center. The Tsar stiffened, his crystal staff shattered with a sound like glass and screams. For a heartbeat, his mind opened completely to Acastian, and the librarian saw everything. Childhood memories of shared hunts with human companions, councils where both species debated under the same stars, dreams of futures that would never come. Then Acastian tore him apart. The psychic storm snapped, recoil burning back along mind threads to the unwitting thousands whose faith had been tied to this node. Those threads broke, leaving minds hanging raw. Men and Tsar alike collapsed, not dead, but emptied. They would live, some of them, but as husks, drooling and sightless, staggering through streets that burned with hot promethium. Jakar refused to be swept away without his own blow. On the flank of the Deathwatch advance, a frigate named Oath of Ash cut through autocracy space on patrol. Its hull bore the Silver Skull. Its decks were manned mostly by mortal crew, with a small Astartes detachment overseeing. It had been meant as a knife, not a shield. Jakar made it his target. Tsar shock troops in grav harnesses and void armor slammed onto the frigate's flanks, mag clamps biting. Boarding charges blew in concert, cutting holes. Tsar poured through, moving with the speed and precision of a pack that had trained together for generations. They hit the outer decks hard, ripping through mortal crew with brutal efficiency. Men died at their posts, throats opened, chests caved in, bulkheads ran slick. In the mid-decks, a squad of Deathwatch moved to intercept, black armor a jarring contrast to the sailors' stained fatigues. For long minutes, the corridors became a grinder. Jakar led from the front, his grav axe humming. Astartes fell before him, not easily, but they fell. One exploded under the swing of his weapon, armor splitting, the transhuman beneath crumpling. Another went down to a swarm of Tsar leaping onto him, dragging him to the deck, clawing at joints until something vital gave. From the bridge of the flagship, Balhus watched the engagement in grainy real-time pict. He saw his frigate's life signs wink out, deck by deck. He saw the Tsar gaining ground, their iconography flooding through the interior. He saw Jakar's ID marker, flagged from previous encounters, moving inexorably toward the ship's heart. "Reinforcements?" Malvorn asked sharply. "We have squads that can reach them in time, if we reroute." "No," Ballas said. He keyed a command. Within Oath of Ash's core, a sealed compartment received an undeniable instruction. Servitors, blind and deaf to anything but their roles, diverted power. Safety interlocks disengaged. The plasma reactor's containment margins narrowed, then collapsed. On Jakar's boarding craft, still clamped to the dying frigate, warning runes flared too late. Oath of Ash became a compact star for the space of a breath, then vanished in a white bloom that washed over everything nearby. Shah bodies and Deathwatch dead alike were reduced to vapor, their struggles snuffed without trace. "No symbolic victories," Ballas said. "They will not carry stories of killing our brothers into whatever passes for their legends." Malvern stared at the blank space on the hollow. "This crusade," he said slowly, "was meant to be a solution. A precise operation. We have moved beyond that. This is extermination." "Ordo Xenos demanded a solution," Balhus replied. "Solutions bleed." He looked at Malvorn. "If you wanted clean hands, Inquisitor, you should have ordered a petition, not a crusade. On the last of the Covenant worlds, the final act of that phase of the war played out in the auger pits. Auspex screens showed the planet's surface as a mesh of fading heat signatures and scattered flares. Once it had held 6 billion souls. Now, after fire and plague and orbital bombardment, that number had fallen beyond meaningful calculation. Surface population at negligible levels, a tech adept intoned, his voice flat. Habitability compromised globally, atmosphere composition unstable, seismic activity ongoing. Contacts? Severian asked. The adept frowned over his console. 1, he said. Single life sign, upper orbit, a life pod. He expanded the pict. The tiny craft drifted away from the dying world, its beacon weak. Inside, the Auspex suggested a single human occupant, huddled in the cramped space, clinging to existence on dwindling air. Recovered from a downed transport, perhaps, Malvern murmured. Or an official fleeing late. There could be data, testimony, a record of what they saw. Balhus considered the flickering rune that marked the pod. Mark its trajectory, he said. Then ignore it. The tech adept hesitated. Commander, he asked, standard protocol would be to destroy unidentified craft in a cleansed theater, or to secure for interrogation. If we destroy it, Balhus said, some scribe may find the report of that act in a vault one day, and wonder why. If we recover it, some fool may listen to the survivor's words and let them stain his thoughts. He turned from the screen. Let the pod drift, he said. Let its oxygen run out, and its occupant die in quiet. The corpse can wander between dead stars until even the warp forgets its name. There is no need to record every wrong we do, Inquisitor. Some wars are best buried in silence. The lone contact continued to blink on the Auspex for a while, a tiny, stubborn reminder of life. Then it faded and was gone. Time passed in fire and cinder. The first strikes of Phase Primus became memory, then pattern, then nothing more than one note in a long, grinding symphony of extermination. The Saya Deathwatch Crusade drove on through the trailing reaches of Segmentum Tempestus, like a storm that had forgotten how to stop, each new theatre of war only another shore for its black waves to break upon. World after world burned. There were agri moons, once green and gentle, turned into plumes of ash that crawled across the void. There were forge planets whose manufactoria had supplied autocracy fleets, their hives crushed under the strides of borrowed Titan engines, god machines wading through cities as though through surf. War horns brayed from vox grills set into adamantine carapaces, each bellow a sermon of annihilation. Macro cannon shells as long as cathedral naves thundered, punching kilometre-wide trenches through streets and hab blocks, burying screaming millions beneath molten rubble. In those trenches, Deathwatch banners were raised over mountains of corpses. The silver skull hung limp in the smoke-filled. Air above mounds of human and Tsar dead stacked shoulder to scaled shoulder. Astartes in black plate stood amid them, armour scarred and slick with gore that did not all belong to the enemy. The banners marked only that the purge had reached this point. Nothing more. There were no triumphs here, only markers of work done. Fleets died too. Void battles blurred into one another, a relentless procession of shattered hulls and vented atmospheres. Human pattern cruisers and Tsar predator craft burned together, bowels torn open by lance strikes, entrails of cabling and shattered superstructure spilling into the void alongside frozen bodies. Debris fields grew so thick in some theatres that Deathwatch navigators plotted courses through graveyards, their ships' hulls ringing with the impacts of small fragments even as they spat new wreckage into the dark. Time lost its edges. Months, years, whatever span it had taken, retreated behind a haze of constant killing. Eventually someone tried to count.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Balhus stood in a chamber that had once been a chapel to the strength of the long vigil. Now it served as a ledger. Hololithic panes floated in the air around him, each marked with chapter icons and Deathwatch service sigils. Lines of script scrolled, listing kill teams, vessels, campaign designations, honor markers. Red slashes crossed through many of the names. Some panes had more red than not. Others were entirely crimson. Techmarine Ferrum stood at a console, his mechadendrites clicking, tallying. Casualty estimates for Astartes personnel engaged in Crusade operations, he said, voice as flat as any machine's. Approximately half of all those seconded to the Long Watch for this action are confirmed killed or missing. Thousands of Deathwatch veterans. This does not include mortal crew and attached assets. Total loss rates among voidsmen, serfs, support staff and auxiliary forces are well beyond any meaningful percentage. Malvon stood a little apart, hands clasped behind his back. His human eye looked tired. The augmetic one whirred as it tracked the scarlet marks. Half, the Inquisitor repeated. By the throne, Balhus. You have fed half an entire chapter's worth of our best Xenos hunters into this furnace. Balus regarded the hololithic ghosts without expression. A necessary tithe, he said. You do not kill a civilization without paying. You speak as though you have culled a feral world, Malvon snapped. Not burned a coalition that spanned dozens of systems. Balus turned his head slightly. You came to me with visions of Saya's scope, he said. You showed me its worlds, its fleets, its shared banners. You told me its heresy was unprecedented. Did you think the price for its erasure would be paid in coin and paper? He looked back at the scrolling names. This is what the long vigil is for, he said. We bleed so that no one else has to see what we have seen. Some, of those who still bled, began to question what they had become. Severian Jaw found a Castian in one of the ship's meditation vaults, the librarian seated cross-legged within a circle of inlaid silver, candle flames guttered in the recycled air, casting unsteady light over runes carved into the deck. The hum of the warp shields was a distant, oppressive bass note. Severian stepped into the circle's edge, helm mag locked to his thigh. Brother, he said. Acastian opened his eyes. They were rimmed with red, the skin around them tight. The constant touch of the warp had left faint, almost invisible glyphs upon his irises, like ghost script. Severian, he replied. You should be in the armorium. I heard your plate was cracked in 3 places on Krassos's fall. It was, Severian said. Ferrum has it. I asked him for a few moments before he bolted me back into the shell. Acastian studied him. You look as though you have fought 3 wars in one. Knight, the librarian said. Not the usual 2. Severian's lips twitched, but the joke died quickly. They fight well, he said. The autocracy. Acastian's gaze sharpened. You have said as much before, he murmured. I have said they are organized, Severian replied. Prepared. Now I say they fight with honor. He took a slow breath. I have watched human soldiers stand in front of Sar comrades, refusing to abandon them even as orbital fire turned their trenches into rivers, he said. I have seen Sar warriors hold a breach while their human officers rallied behind them, not because they were forced, because they believed it was right. How many times in our own history have we seen such loyalty among humans alone? Acastian's fingers tightened on his knees. You edge toward a dangerous precipice, he said. It does not change what they are, Severian continued. Alien, human who chose the alien over their rightful emperor. But I cannot deny what I have seen. They did not crumble at the sight of Astartes. They did not turn on one another when we pressed. They died together. He looked down at his hands, at the faint traces of dried blood in the joints of his gauntlets. Does it trouble you, he asked quietly, that we are killing something that might have been better than us? Silence held for a moment. Yes, Acastian said at last. It troubles me. He leaned forward, voice soft. And that is why you must be very careful what you do with that trouble, Severian. Thought becomes doubt. Doubt becomes hesitation. Hesitation becomes death. not just your own, your brothers. The Imperium is not a place that can afford the luxury of regret. Severian's jaw clenched. Regret is not the same as disobedience, he said. In the mind, it can be, Acastian countered. The line is thin. You are not a poet toying with hypotheticals in a cloister. You are a weapon. Weapons that question the hand that wields them cut the wrong flesh. He exhaled, some of the tension bleeding away. Speak these thoughts here, if you must, he said. In chambers bound with sigils, to a brother whose duty is to bear such weight. But when you go back into the fire, you set them aside, or they will set you down in the dust. Severian nodded once. I understand, he said. Do you? Acastian asked. Severian did not answer. The autocracy, for its part, tried to save what it could. With their inner systems collapsing under the Crusade's hammer blows, Sire's remaining strategists opened a corridor toward uncharted space. They poured everything into it. Evacuation convoys of a scale rarely seen left burning worlds. Vast flotillas of barges and repurposed bulk haulers, their holds crammed with civilians. Human families slept in corridors lined with makeshift cots, fashioned from stripped cables and cut-down doors. Tsar clutches huddled. In cargo bays, crest spines flattened with chemical sedatives to keep them docile. Food and water rationing was brutal. Air filters groaned under the strain. Escort fleets rode shotgun, human cruisers and Tsar warships flanking the convoys, guns ready to turn aside pirates, opportunists, or the next Deathwatch blow. At the corridor's far end, rumour said, lay a region of space beyond Imperial charts, worlds where they might begin again, nursing their wounded dream in the dark. Balhus saw the corridor forming on the hololithic displays long before the refugees reached its midpoint. They think like merchants, he said, watching the icons scroll, always looking for a new route, a different market. Malvorn traced the projected path with one thin finger. If they get those numbers beyond our reach, he said, they will seed their heresy elsewhere. Not now, not in a decade, but in a century, 2 centuries. There will be rumours again. Other autocracies. Other bridges. Balhus nodded. Then we collapse the corridor, he said. Coordinate with the Navy elements. We will close the door on them. Imperial capital ships, recalled from other duties with falsified orders and veiled Ordo seals, took up positions along the edges of the corridor. They waited in the shadow of dead systems and in the clutter of asteroid belts, the black of Deathwatch hulls mingling with the more ostentatious livery of sector fleets. Their lance batteries drank in power. Their macro cannons were loaded with shells whose machine spirits growled for release. The convoys translated into real space in carefully timed jumps, trusting in their navigation beacons. They arrived into fire. Lance strikes speared through the center of the formation, punching clean through refugee barges and cargo hulks. Ships that had never fired a shot in anger cracked like overripe fruit. Atmospheres venting, internal partitions folding. People who had spent months in cramped darkness glimpsed the stars for the first and last time as they were flung out into the void, lungs freezing, tears crystallizing on cheeks. Massed macrocannon salvos raked along the flanks of the convoys, shredding hulls, chewing through ships caught in the overlapping arcs of fire. Escort vessels that turned to interpose themselves between killers and their charges were picked off in orderly fashion, their noble sacrifices reduced to little more than blips. From the bridges of Deathwatch ships, it was like watching a pest control operation. Icons flared and vanished, Vox channels filled briefly with screams and garbled pleas before jamming fields silenced them. On one of the worlds the evacuations had failed to reach in time, Krasos' fall. Hrothgar walked through the aftermath. The world had earned its name before the Crusade. Once, long ago, it had been a mining colony. The crust had given way under greedy drills, leaving half the main hab block hanging over a chasm that dropped into a magma lake. Reinforcement works had turned that catastrophic wound into a fortified trench complex. a scar that could be defended. It had not been enough. Deathwatch bombardment had chewed up the outer defences. Astartes had followed, wading through the storms of shrapnel and dirt with bolters on full auto. The defenders had fought hard, human and Tsar both, filling the trenches with bodies as they traded ground for time. In the end, time had run out. Now the trenches were quiet. Hrothgar's boots squelched in mud that was mostly blood and the runoff of ruptured organs. Bodies lay in heaps against the trench walls, some still half upright where they had died braced, weapons clutched in stiff fingers or claws. A human father lay with a Tsar child cradled against his chest, his own torso opened from collarbone to hip by a shell fragment. His arm still held the youngster, even in death. The small Saurian's neck had been broken, head hanging at an unnatural angle. Hrothgar stepped over them. "Check for life," he snarled. "We do not leave cripples to become martyrs." His squad fanned out, boots stirring the dead. Here and there, a hand twitched. A chest rose and fell shallowly. A human soldier blinked up at the sky through a mask of mud and blood, lips moving soundlessly until a bolt round turned his skull into a red crater. A Tsar warrior gurgled, trying to raise a blade with fingers that would not obey, until a single, carefully placed shot blew his heart apart. One wounded defender, his legs gone from mid-thigh down, dragged himself toward Hrothgar, leaving a smear behind. His hands slipped in the filth, fingers closing on clumps of viscera. "Help! My son!" he gasped in Gothic thickened by accent. "Please. He is..." Hrothgar's bolt pistol barked. The man's head disintegrated, the plea cut off mid-syllable. "We do not waste Medicae bandages on those already halfway into the grave," Hrothgar said. "If you find one breathing, end it with one round. Quick, clean enough. The rest are carrion." Jakar, hounded, chose to make what stood for his home into carrion as well. The worlds that had nurtured his species, that had given birth to the Tsar before the autocracy, became theatres of his last defiance. He knew he could not hold them. Deathwatch ships already cast their shadows over their skies. So he would make sure that when the Astartes came, they found no glory and little gain. Atmospheric processors were overloaded with toxins and corrosives. Where once they had adjusted composition and filtered out industrial contaminants, they now pumped poison into the air. Clouds turned sickly shades, chemical rain falling in sheets that burned exposed skin and pitted armor. Animals died in droves, landscapes going silent as ecologies collapsed faster than they could be catalogued. Starports were wired with demolition charges and detonated as Deathwatch dropships closed in, their fuel. Reserves turned into fireballs that swallowed landing teams. Those ports that could not be fully destroyed were cratered and spiked with radiation sources, making them deadly to occupy. When the Astartes advanced on those worlds, they did so into radioactive hellscapes. Even power armor note the strain. Warning runes bloomed amber, then red, as seals were eroded, filters clogged, external joint servos fouled by corrosive dust. Apothecaries measured rising background counts that would have shredded mortal DNA in moments. Astartes' physiology held longer, but not without cost. Some brothers' skin blistered under their black carapace, organ redundancy taxed. Hrothgar coughed up a wad of clotted mucus streaked with black and green one night, spat it onto the deck, and laughed. "If I live long enough to grow tumours," he said, "it will mean the enemy has already failed to kill me properly." Others were less sanguine. Chancellor Drav, trapped on Saer Prime and, watching the ring of iron close, made his final bid for survival. He sat once more in the astropathic vault, this time without the false comfort of ceremony. The bound psyker before him was a wasted thing, lips chewed bloody, eyes filmed. The man's wrists were shackled to the throne. Tubes ran from his flesh to humming machines. Drav leaned close, speaking into the psyker's ear. "Carry this," he said. "Carry it as far as you can, to any Imperial ear that will hear it. Do that, and your suffering is not entirely futile. Then he spoke, using formal terms drawn from ancient, dusty codes. This is Chancellor Drav, Chancellor Regent of the autocracy of Seir, he said. I tender surrender, unconditionally, to any recognized imperial authority willing to accept it. I offer all human worlds under my governance in fealty to terror, on the condition that their Tsar populations are granted controlled status, not extermination. I acknowledge past transgressions and submit myself for judgment. He hesitated, then added, This crusade is no longer a containment action. It is an attempt to erase history. If there is any among you who sees the danger in that, I beg you, answer. The psyker screamed. The sound became light, then patterns, then vanished into the warp. It did not travel far. On the flagship, a Castian flinched as the echo reached him, the plea like a knife of sound behind his eyes. He reached for it, reflexively trying to trace its path. He found, unsurprisingly, the thick, hard shell of the fleet's own Geller projectors and wards. Balhus had ordered a standing interdiction. Any astropathic transmission related to Seir, any flicker of its name, any shape of thought reflecting its existence, was to be caught and held within the Crusade's own psychic net. Nothing went out unless he wanted it to. A Castian let the plea die in his hands, fingers closing on nothing. Balhus read the auto-translated transcript in the Strategium, with no more reaction than he had shown to 1,000 casualty reports. He finally bends the knee, Malvorn said. You could accept, make an example of him, turn him into a puppet governor, show that obedience, even late, has some reward. Balhus held the slate for a moment, then passed it to a servo skull, which winged away to slot it into a locked archive alcove. Mark his world for priority exterminatus, he said. His surrender is only another way of clinging to the heresy, dressed in more palatable words. A message like that, if relayed, could sow dissent among imperial elements, Malvern argued. There are always those who question. If they hear him speak of erasure, of burning history, some might balk. Then it is good they will never hear it, Balhus replied. The assault on Drav's capital system was less a battle and more a methodical harvest. Autocracy fleets gathered in numbers not seen since the Crusade's earliest days, human. Admirals and Tsar war leaders throwing everything that could still launch into the path of the oncoming black hulls. They fought with the desperation of men and aliens who had run out of options. Lines of cruisers traded broadside salvos, macro shells flashing across the void like small moons. Torpedo spreads left long trails of ionized gas, some impacts blooming into secondary explosions as munitions bunkers died. Caesar vessels made savage use of their grav technologies, duking in ways that confounded standard Imperial targeting algorithms. For a time, they even pushed the Deathwatch line back. It did not matter. Balhus had not come for their fleets. He had come for what the fleets protected. Behind the battle, evacuation barges tried to run. They were vast, bloated things, designed to move populations rather than fight. Their holds were packed with refugees, every corridor and storage bay filled. Human bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, Tsar coiled around them or sharing cramped spaces where their physiology allowed. Children cried without tears in the thin, recycled air. Deathwatch strike cruisers broke away from the main engagement, ignoring autocracy warships that tried to intercept. They drove in hard toward the barges, weapon decks coldly efficient. Target only unarmed vessels, Balhus ordered. Ignore their shields if they attempt to interpose. The fleets will die of their own accord. The passengers will not. That is where this heresy will flee if we let it. Lance batteries flared, thin rays of condensed starfire stabbing into evacuation hulls. Void shields, where present at all, were flickering, weak things. They collapsed under the onslaught in heartbeats. The beams drilled through decks and bulkheads, punching neat holes that became gaping wounds as secondary explosions tore along the internal structure. Some barges split apart, their midsections blooming into clouds of debris and scattering bodies. Others simply flickered and went. Dark as power grids failed, life support dying with them. Within, entire populations suffocated in the dark, never once seeing the ships that had killed them. Storms of micro-debris tracked behind the Deathwatch cruisers as they moved, streamers of frozen blood and shrapnel from ships that had never had weapons mounted on their hulls. Acastian could not close his mind against the screams. They came not as individual voices, but as a tide. Human souls tearing loose in panic, Tsar spirits ripped from bodies in equal terror. In the warp, those threads did not separate cleanly. They tangled, knotted, merged. In his sleep, Acastian saw them. Endless ranks of human silhouettes standing beside scaled forms, all facing some lightless horizon. Mouths open, but no sound coming. When he woke, heart pounding, the silence was worse than any shriek. He took to pacing the hull balconies in the ship's quieter hours, staring out at the stars. They looked the same at a glance, but the longer he walked this region, the more he realized something had changed. The trailing reaches of Segmentum Tempestus had once been a web of traffic and thought. Before the Crusade, auger readings had shown lanes of transponder pings and Vox traffic linking autocracy systems. The warp had glowed faintly here, suffused with the slow, constant hum of billions of lives intertwining, human and Tsar alike. Now, that hum was gone. From high orbit above the conquered regions, a different view emerged. Hololithic projectors in the strategium rendered the trailing reaches as a sphere of plotted stars. Many still burned, cold and distant. But around those that had once hosted autocracy worlds, there would be a different icon. A grayed-out node. A note in a legend that simply read, "Denied." To Acastian's mind's eye, it looked like a spreading stain. Patches of the warp felt darker, quieter. The sudden removal of so many coherent thought patterns had left a hollowness, as if something had been scooped out of reality and replaced with a dull ache. The screams of the dying autocracy did not linger as other war crimes did. They had been too many, too similar, the chorus blending into something that the immaterium seemed almost to swallow rather than echo. Erasing a civilization left scars. He was not entirely sure they were in the places Balhus assumed. He stood in the observation blister once, alone, and looked out through the thick glass as the fleet drifted between those altered stars. Ashen tides, he thought. Not visible ash, but something deeper. A dusting of loss on the soul of a region. Behind him, somewhere deep in the ship, the engines throbbed, preparing to carry them to whatever target remained on Ballus's ever-shrinking list. Ahead, the void awaited, indifferent, its darkness now just a little heavier than it had been before the Crusade began. Sayer Prime filled the view screens like a promise and a wound. It was a bright world, wrapped in cloud and ocean, its continents stitched with the luminous scars of civilization. Orbital rings girdled its equator in bands of metal and bonestone, docks and habitats studding them like barnacles. Defense grids bristled above its poles, hard-edged platforms in human design fused with the predatory curves of Tsar works. From this height, the megacities were clusters of pale geometry and organic growth, human ferrocrete spires rising beside grown towers whose surfaces rippled faintly, alive. Ballus looked down at the heart world of the autocracy and saw only a spine ready to break. "This is their center," he said, standing before the hololithic display that rendered Sayer Prime and its defenses in cold light. Their first and last boast. Every law they wrote, every shared banner, every lie about unity flowed outward from here. He raised his gaze. Around him, in the strategium, watch captains and Inquisitor Malvorn waited in taut silence. "When Sayer Prime falls," Ballus continued, "the Coalition's back is broken. Whatever scuttles away into the dark afterward will be gutless remnants, not a threat." He did not ask if there were objections. None would have mattered. The autocracy had gathered everything left to it to protect its heart. Tsar capital ships and human cruisers formed a layered shell around the world, their hulls scarred by previous engagements, patched where possible, plates still blackened where not. Battle damage was worn as much as endured. Some vessels cruised on reduced power, auxiliary engines whining, but their guns still traversed. Human and Tsar crews manned their stations together, eyes burning with the same exhausted fury. They met the Deathwatch fleet head-on. The void bloomed with fire. Autocracy ships accelerated toward the black-hulled intruders, not in desperate flight, but in attack. Tsar war vessels, with their knifed prows and grav projectors, darted ahead of the heavier human cruisers, using their agility to flank and harry. Human battle cruisers lumbered forward, broadside batteries already cycling through firing rituals, macro shells rumbling in their wombs. Deathwatch captains answered in kind. Void shields flared and collapsed under overlapping barrages. Lance beams stabbed through the combats like the fingers of vengeful gods, burning clean holes through armor and flesh alike. A Tsar capital ship, its crest like a crown of hooked blades, took a concentrated volley from 3 Deathwatch cruisers at once. Its shields overloaded and died, its armor vaporizing in expanding blooms. Internal magazines cooked off in chain reactions. For a brief, terrible moment, the vessel became a ball of expanding plasma that threw out a shockwave strong enough to flip smaller ships end over end. Tsar captains rammed when their guns failed them. One grav-heavy cruiser, its prow shaped like an open maw, slammed into the flank of a Deathwatch escort with such force that both vessels' hulls deformed. Void. Shields shattered in a crackling halo. The Tsar ship's prow burrowed into the escort's side, chewing through decks and void frames, carving bloody corridors with every meter gained. Reactor alarms screamed. Neither commander gave the order to disengage. Both ships died together, reactors unspooling into white suns that lit the battle for long moments. Human cruisers detonated their own drives at point blank as a final act, throwing themselves into the path of Deathwatch strike craft and locking course. From the bridges of larger vessels, officers watched the tiny flares as those sacrifices vanished, tallying them as a cost, not as heroism. Entire squadrons vanished in expanding spheres of energy, leaving fields of molten wreckage tumbling through the dark. Through that chaos, Deathwatch Thunderhawks and Corvus Blackstars punched a path. They fell from the bellies of black-hulled cruisers like steel rain, engines flaring against the roil of burning atmosphere. Their hulls bore the scars of dozens of previous descents, scored by flak shrapnel, smeared in dried blood where it had not yet been fully cleansed from troop bays. Re-entry heat wrapped them in coats of fire, turning them into streaks of red against the smoke-choked sky. Flak batteries on the surface vomited shells upward. Plasma bursts tore holes in cloud banks, boiling vapor away in sudden, terrible blue light. Some Thunderhawks took hits square on, their armor plates buckling, engines tearing free in gouts of smoke. Those craft spiraled in, trails marking their fall to the cityscape below as screaming fire. Enough got through. Severian's kill company landed in the teeth of Ser Prime's death throes. The Thunderhawk's ramp slammed down into a storm of sound and color. Severian strode out into a city locked in riot. Civilians filled the avenues, a sea of human and Tsar bodies surging in every direction at once. Some tried to reach bunkers, dragging bundles of possessions, clutching, children to their chests or coiling tails around them in protective spirals. Others simply ran, minds broken by the sudden proximity of apocalypse, seeking any direction that was not toward the falling fire. Police units and militia squads were swept aside by the tide, their attempts at order trampled underfoot. Fires burned in shattered storefronts. Vox towers blared conflicting instructions in Gothic and Tsar clicks, their messages drowned in the roar of panic. Into that chaos marched the Deathwatch. They formed firing lines with mechanical precision, black armor locking shoulder to shoulder across the street. Severian raised his Stormbolter. Target runes danced across his vision, painting thousands of heat signatures in a sickening wash. He could not tell human from Tsar at this magnification. It did not matter. "Advance and fire," he ordered. "No selection, no prisoners." Bolters roared. Mass reactive shells tore into the front ranks of the crowd, exploding inside. Bodies turning torsos into sprays of bone and pulp. Men and Tsar alike were flung backward, limbs detaching, guts spilling onto the polished road. The weight of those behind drove them forward regardless, trampling the fallen into the widening slick. Frag grenades arced overhead, bouncing once on the packed flesh before detonating. Shrapnel scythed through skulls and organs, filling the air with a red mist and fragments of clothing. A Tsar juvenile's head burst like an overripe fruit under a shard, showering the faces of those around it with brain matter. The Deathwatch moved forward, step by measured step, firing on full auto, corpses piled in ridges before the firing line, only to be crushed under the treads of supporting tanks. Super heavy Tsar grav tanks repurposed by captured codes slid along boulevards, their engines humming, their mass enough to turn mountains to rubble. They rolled over the dead in slow inevitability, the bodies beneath their suspensors breaking and churning, intestines and shattered bones mixing with broken glass and debris. Where bunkers held, the Astartes simply changed the angle. Melter charges turned blast doors into flowing metal, through which flamers poured their judgment. The screams inside were muffled by earth and steel, but still audible in the pauses between gunfire. At the center of Sire Prime's capital sprawled the Citadel of Scales. It had been built to embody the autocracy, a monumental fusion of human and Tsar architecture. Its base was a fortress of human ferrocrete, bastions and curtain walls layered with gun emplacements and defense turrets. Rising from that base were towers of bonestone grown in sweeping curves, their surfaces etched with glyphs that crawled and shifted under the eye. Bridges of crystal and steel linked bastions at impossible angles, supported by grav nodes that hummed with contained power. Within its walls, the last organized resistance gathered. Highclaw Jakar stood upon, the citadel's outer bastion, looking down at the burning city. Smoke rolled up from hundreds of fires, turning the sky into a bruised ceiling. Deathwatch formations speared toward the fortress through the wreckage, black dots in a sea of flame. Behind Jakar, his Tsar warriors waited, arrayed in crude lines. Their armor was patched and scorched, field generators flickering, but their eyes were clear. Beside them stood human soldiers, the last of the capital's guard regiments, uniforms torn, faces streaked with soot. "We have held as long as we can," one of the human captains said, voice low. "There will be no reinforcement. There will be no surrender," Jakar replied. His crest spines flared. "We die here. That is all that remains to us." He turned to his warriors. "Remember why we bled," he snarled. "Remember the worlds we built, the laws we wrote, the children we buried because of their fire. We cannot win, but we can make our deaths a wound. They cannot forget, even if they bury our name." The Deathwatch came as a black tide. Bolter fire chewed at the Citadel's walls, pulverizing outer works. Assault squads on jump packs arced through the air, descending onto balconies and ramparts in arcs of controlled fury. Thunderhawks hammered landing pads with autocannon fire before disgorging Terminators whose boots shook the stone. Jakar led the countercharge. His grav armor carried him over the last shattered parapet in a blur. He crashed into the leading Astartes, his grav axe humming. The weapon bit deep into a Deathwatch warrior's pauldron, shearing ceramite and bone, cutting the arm free with a splash of blood that steamed in the heat. Jakar wrenched the axe free and pivoted, bringing it up in a guard position as more of the giants came at him. His Tsar pack followed, leaping onto Astartes with claws and teeth as well as blades. They grabbed at limbs, tore at joints, dragged the giants down where they could swarm. Human soldiers poured last fire into the melee, heedless of friendly casualties, knowing that there were no more careful shots left to them. Deathwatch brothers died. Even in their towering plate, they were not invulnerable. A misjudged step could leave a leg exposed to the mercy of a grav field spike that shattered armor and bone. A moment's distraction might mean a Tsar jaw clamping onto a throat joint. teeth biting through seals to pull out the meat beneath. Human bayonets found chinks, stabbing again and again into the same damaged spots until something vital gave. For each Astartes that fell, 10 defenders died. Bolters fired at point-blank range, rounds detonating inside Tsar torsos, tearing organs out through ruptured backs. Chainswords whirred, clogged, and then whined as they chewed through limbs and tails. Human soldiers were cut in half, their lower bodies left twitching as they slid to the ground, intestines unraveling behind them. On the outer bastions, highest point, Hrothgar Skalgrim found Jakar. The Highclaw stood with his back to the citadel's highest wall, gravax held in both hands, armor splashed with blood of at least 3 different hues. His crest was torn in places, scales cracked and blackened, but his gaze remained fierce. Hrothgar pushed through the press of bodies, chainblade already revving, each tooth a fleck of moving light. "You have run a long way, beast," Hrothgar called. "Longer than most." Jakar bared his teeth. "And you have killed more than most," he answered. "Let us see whose ledger ends fuller." They came together like colliding avalanche stones. Jakar swung the gravax in a sweeping arc that crackled through the air, field generators howling. Hrothgar met it with his chainblade, the teeth biting into the axe's edge. Sparks flew as opposing energies clashed, grav fields fighting the chainblade's murderous rotation. The impact jarred both warriors to the bone. Hrothgar twisted, letting the axe glance off his pauldron, leaving a gouge that exposed the underplate. He stepped inside Jakar's reach, driving a knee into the Tsar's midsection. The blow slammed into hardened scales, still strong, but the force knocked the Highclaw back a half pace. Jakar recovered with unnatural speed, tail lashing for balance, and lunged. He caught Hrothgar's pauldron in one clawed hand, dragging him closer, and bit down on the rim of the Space Wolf's helm. Teeth scraped across ceramite, gouging lines. Hrothgar roared, shoving his head forward into the bite, driving the helm's reinforced brow into the roof of Jakar's mouth. Something cracked. Blood, dark Tsar ichor, ran from between the predator's teeth. Hrothgar wrenched his head free and brought the chainblade down in a brutal diagonal. The weapon bit into Jakar's shoulder, chewing through armor and muscle. The Highclaw bellowed, swinging the gravax in a counterstroke that caught Hrothgar's thigh. The field spike discharged, ripping through the leg's outer plate. Pain flared up Hrothgar's side, hot and sharp. Warning runes flashed in his helm. He ignored them. He drove forward, using the momentum of his own wounds. The chainblade screamed as it soared deeper into Jakar's torso, teeth biting through ribs, sending shards spinning. Ichor sprayed in sheets. Jakar tried to bring the axe up again for another strike, but strength bled away with the flood, his limbs slowing. "Die well," Hrothgar snarled. "But die." With a final roar, he wrenched the chainblade sideways and up. It cut through the last of the bone and sinew, holding Jakar's head to his body. The Highclaw's head separated in a spray of gore, crest spines flaring one last time as they tumbled. Hrothgar kicked, sending the severed head spinning out over the edge of the bastion. The body, momentum not yet understanding the loss, took a stumbling step forward, then followed, toppling from the parapet like a felled statue. It fell into the inferno below, disappearing amid smoke and the flicker of ongoing devastation. Inside the citadel of Scales, deeper than the battles that rang through its corridors, Ballas walked through a world ending and a conversation long overdue. The inner sanctum was a great chamber lined with banners and law codices. Human parchment scrolls hung beside Tsar crystal slabs, each etched with the articles that had bound the autocracy together. At the chamber's center lay a cracked mosaic depicting human and Tsar figures standing within a circle of stars, hands and claws extended. Chancellor Drav knelt upon that mosaic, his hands bound behind his back. He was bruised, his coat torn, one eye swollen shut, blood dried at the corner of his mouth. A broken Vox recorder lay nearby, its casing smashed. His Tsar bodyguards lay in an untidy heap near the entrance, twisted where Astartes blows, had left them, limbs bent at angles that spoke of snapped spines. Balhus approached, helmet off, Hellfire pistol in his hand. Drav raised his head slowly. "So," he said, voice hoarse. "The butcher comes himself." Balhus regarded him. "You are not worth delegating," he said. "Some tasks must be done with one's own hand, if only once." Drav laughed, the sound ragged. "You call me traitor," he said. "But you are the one burning your own blood. Those were human children out there, clinging to Tsar parents. You kill them as willingly as any alien. Tell me, Watch Commander, are you more loyal to mankind or to your hate?" Balhus considered the shattered mosaic at his feet. "Mankind is not a species to you," he said. "It is an idea. You have tried to change that idea, to stretch it until it includes things that do not belong within it. In so doing, you have become something that is neither human nor alien, a mule, sterile and useless." "We could have been a bridge," Drav said, echoing the plea he had sent into the warp. "A path between the Imperium and the wider galaxy. Imagine your crusades if you had honored what we built instead of destroying it. Human and Tsar fleets under Imperial sanction, fighting in your wars, adding their teeth to your endless vendettas." Balhus stepped closer. "That is precisely why you must die," he murmured. "Because you were persuasive enough to make such a thought sound almost reasonable. Because there are men in the Imperium who might have looked at what you made and envied it." He lifted the Hellfire pistol, its barrel inches from Drav's chest. "Your bridge leads away from the Emperor," Balhus said. "There is only one path that leads toward him. It is narrow and it is paved with bones." Drav's eyes burned. "Then may you choke on them," he whispered. Balhus pulled the trigger. The Hellfire round punched into Drav's chest and detonated with a peculiar, hungry fury. For an instant, nothing seemed to happen. Then the Chancellor's torso erupted from within, flesh and bone liquefying into a slurry of steaming, foul-smelling juice that splashed across the shattered mosaic. His arms and legs remained briefly, still bound, before collapsing into the spreading pool. Balhus stepped back to avoid the worst of the mess, though specks still dotted his armor. "One less voice to tempt fools," he said. Elsewhere in the Citadel's depths, a Castian found the beating heart of the autocracy's mind. The central data vault was a chamber of glass and steel and live crystal. Human cogitator stacks hummed in tall racks, their surfaces etched with wards. Between them grew Tsar crystalline matrices that glittered with internal light, pulsing in complex sequences. Data flowed between human and alien architectures in intricate patterns, symbols coiling around one another. Holographic displays showed the autocracy's history, laws, art, philosophies. Human treatises on governance sat beside Tsar meditations on pack dynamics and predation. Together, they formed something new, a body of knowledge that did not belong wholly to either species. A Castian stood at the threshold, feeling the weight of it. In his mind's eye, he saw what could be done with this. Libraria on distant imperial worlds could study the ways Seir had tamed warp turbulence along its corridors. Logisters could learn how they had balanced human ambition and Tsar caution in their trade treaties. Commanders might read of battles where both species had combined their strengths to defeat common enemies. He saw, unbidden, a faint glimmer of a galaxy where such libraries existed openly. Then Balhus's voice came over the vox, cold as the void. "Librarian," he said, "destroy it. Knowledge shared with the alien is not knowledge. It is infection." A Castian's jaw clenched. "Understood," he said. He lifted his hands. Psychic fire gathered. At his fingertips, a pale corona that hummed in the air. The vault's machine spirits stirred, feeling the wrongness, but were bound by code. They could not flee. They could only tremble. A Castian sent the fire out in a wave. It washed over cogitator stacks, turning their housings soft, then molten. Runes burned out from the inside, flickering once in protest before dying. Crystalline matrices cracked as the warp energy coursed through them, their internal patterns overloaded. They shattered in showers of glittering fragments that fell like dead stars. The knowledge itself screamed, not in words, but in the sudden severing of connections, of references, of chains of thought that had taken generations to build. Acastian felt it as a pressure on his mind, as if a library were collapsing on the inside of his skull. When it was done, the vault was a furnace. Fire crawled over dripping metal and cracked crystal shards. Holographic projectors died, their last images dissolving into static. Acastian stood in the heat, sweat running down his face under the helm seals, chest heaving. "There," he said softly to no one. Infection cauterized. He did not feel cleaner. Above, Saya Prime's sky burned. Deathwatch ships had forced their way into low orbit, void shields strained to breaking by the sheer density of fire they had pushed through. Now they hovered like executioners above a kneeling victim. In the command deck, Balhus watched sensor feeds as the last significant pockets of organized resistance blinked out, devoured by the black tide on the ground. There were still clusters of defenders, stubborn dots in the ruin, but nothing that could change the outcome. "Deploy cyclonic torpedoes," he said. Malvorn started. "There are still Deathwatch on the surface," he said. "Dozens of squads, perhaps more. Severian's company, Hrothgar, Acastian." Balhus' expression did not shift. "They have their orders," he replied. They knew what this crusade was when they set foot upon that world. "We end this now, before whatever is left of the autocracy can rally around a myth of survival." Launch decks opened along the cruiser's flanks. Cyclonic warheads slid into position, their machine spirits wrapped in tightly bound sigils. They hung there for a moment, poised, then dropped, engines flaring as they fell toward the fatally wounded world. On the surface, command vox channels flared with a single, overriding transmission. All Deathwatch elements, immediate withdrawal to designated extraction coordinates. Cyclonic exterminatus in progress. Time to impact, minutes. Severian heard it amid the roar of battle, while his bolter spat death down a flooding metro tunnel. He glanced up at the sky. The clouds were already red with reflected fire, but now, beyond that, he thought he saw new streaks, slender lines of falling doom. "Brothers," he voxed, "you heard the order. Fall back by squads. We have little time." "Retreat," one of his men growled. "The enemy still stands." "The world will not," Severian replied. "We can kill 100 Sar in these tunnels, and it will not matter if we die with them under a broken crust. Move." They fought backward through collapsing structures, bolter fire covering each leap as teams bounded from ruin to ruin. Overhead, buildings that had stood for centuries folded in on themselves as seismic shocks rippled through the bedrock. Streets split open, swallowing parked transports and fleeing civilians alike. Heat rose, palpable even through power armor. Gouts of flame burst from ruptured promethium lines, turning intersections into brief suns. Severian's armor chimed warnings as external plating reached thresholds. He led his company toward a plaza that had been marked on their displays as an extraction zone, once a parade ground, now a cratered wasteland. Thunderhawks descended toward it, engines straining, ramps already lowering. Not all would make it. Some squads were too deep. Some had been cut off by falling debris or enemy counterattacks. Hrothgar's last Vox transmission was broken by static and the roar of flames. "Do not wait," the Space Wolf snarled. "We will drink alone in the halls if we must. Get your pups off this rock." A second later, the channel dissolved into a howl of interference. Hrothgar stood on a tower's broken limb, looking out over a city that was in the process of ceasing to be. Molten metal poured down from ruptured manufactoria like waterfalls, turning streets into glowing rivers that swallowed everything in their path. Tower blocks leaned into one another, then collapsed, sending clouds of dust and sparks into the already choked air. The ground shuddered with regular, monstrous heartbeats as the first cyclonic charges detonated deep within the planet's mantle. Around him, a handful of his squad remained, armor scorched, weapons low on ammunition. "Evac is that way," one brother said, pointing toward the distant flare of Thunderhawk engines. Hrothgar looked at the path, a series of half-stable structures, burning bridges, streets already cracking. "No time," he said. "Not for all of us." He lifted his chainblade, its teeth still clogged with Jakar's dried ichor. "Then we die loud," he said. "Make sure the beast that chokes on this world knows exactly what cut its throat." They went back into the fire, charging into the flood of Tsar and human militia who still fought a rearguard without hope. For a few glorious minutes, the bastion top was a butcher's stage, bodies falling in heaps before the Deathwatch until the horizon itself split and the wave of heat took them all. Thunderhawks screamed away from the surface as shockwaves rose to meet them. Severian stood in the troop bay of one, helmet off, face streaked with sweat and grime. Around him, surviving brothers clung to harnesses, some cradling broken limbs, others missing chunks of armor that exposed scorched flesh. No one spoke. They all felt the rising tremors through the deck, the subtle shifts as gravity itself began to wobble. Through the rear hatch's slitted viewport, Severian saw Zaya Prime's surface buckle. Lines of fire traced along fault lines, brightening until they merged into a frantic, writhing lattice. Entire regions heaved upward, then sank as the crust fractured. Oceans boiled, their vapor shot into the sky in towering plumes that condensed instantly into black rain. The Thunderhawk broke through the upper atmosphere just as a section of the world's surface lost cohesion entirely and collapsed inward, creating a wound that glowed with the light of exposed magma. In orbit, baleful flowers bloomed as the cyclonic warhead's work ripened. From the vantage of the flagship, Saya Prime's clouds turned to steam, then to nothing, ripped away by the violence below. The planet's color faded from blue and green to a uniform, angry red, then to the dull, cooling black of a coal raked from a fire. Ballas watched without expression as the heart of the autocracy cracked. "There," he said, "the spine breaks." In the dark of the strategium, no one cheered. The death of Saya Prime broke the autocracy's back, but the body did not die at once. In the wake of the planet's detonation, the remnants of its fleets scattered into the void like shards from a shattered blade. Human cruisers and Tsar war vessels, their prows still bearing the entwined symbols of their dead coalition, fled on erratic vectors. Some tried to regroup at prearranged mustering points, only to find those coordinates already marked and burned. Others simply ran, captains overriding navlocks, plunging into uncharted reaches in the hope that distance alone could save them. On the flagship, in the strategium that had watched the Crusade's birth, and its every subsequent atrocity, icons representing those fleeing ships crawled toward the map's edges. Watch captains suggested pursuit. Ferrum's mechadendrites twitched in anticipation at the thought of hunting them down, system by system, tracing their exhaust trails and killing them like vermin in their bolt holes. Ballas shook his head. "No," he said. "We are done chasing shadows. The beast is dead. This twitching is only its nerves refusing to accept it." Hrothgar snorted. "Plenty of bite left in those nerves," he rumbled. "We could harvest a few more skulls before they finally go still." Balhus looked out over the hololithic sphere of the trailing reaches, its greyed-out swathes where the autocracy had once burned bright. "The Crusade's final phase is not the hunting of stragglers," he said. "It is the erasing of memory. Let them run. Without Saya Prime, without their warp corridors, they will spend the lifetimes they have left starving in the dark. Mankind need never hear of what they built." He reached out and, with a gesture, dimmed the icons of the fleeing ships until they were barely visible. The message was clear. They no longer mattered. Malvern did not take his gaze from those fading points. "We will have to report something," the Inquisitor said. "The Order will demand a record. We cannot simply say the Tsar were there, and then they were not. There must be an explanation, a document, something to fill the slot where this crusade will sit in the archives. He had begun already. In a chamber adjacent to the strategium, he had set up an array of data slates and recording devices, each etched with the sigil of the Inquisition. There, in the brief pauses between campaigns, he had dictated, trying to impose order on what they were doing. He had spoken of the autocracy's origins, of fragmented records taken from half-melted archives. He had described their fleets and their architecture, their joint governance experiments. He had detailed the campaigns, the phase Primus strikes, the Covenant worlds, the fall of Seir Prime. He had not flinched from the butcher's bill, nor from the cruelty. Now he was finding that the very act of writing felt like treachery. What you write, Balhus said, gives shape to what we have killed. You talk of their sophistication, their laws, their shared banners. Any word you set to that is a seed. A future scholar, prizing open some sealed vault, will read it and feel a flicker of admiration, curiosity. Those are the embers from which new heresies are born. If we do not record it, Malvorn replied, future lords will look at the scale of the names etched in our casualty rolls and see only a blank. They will ask what was so terrible that we had to call down the long vigil in such strength. They will ask in whispers. They will speculate. That is another kind of seed. Ballas's mouth twitched in something that might have been the ghost of a smile. They will ask, he said, behind doors that are locked, in rooms where we listen. He stepped closer, his shadow falling across Malvorn's slates. Write your record, he said. Then we will decide who, if anyone, deserves to read it. The survivors of conquered worlds did not have time to wonder how history would remember them. They were too busy trying to survive the now. Where the Crusade deemed worlds too strategically placed or too resource-rich to scour entirely, human populations were stripped, sorted, and relocated. Deathwatch fleet elements and attached navy units herded millions aboard transports, shoving them through decontamination stations that stank of sterilizing agents and fear. Men stumbled through showers under the gaze of commissars, aware that any hesitation could be interpreted as defiance. Sa, when captured alive, were almost never afforded the same. Their dead were piled high and burned with whatever fuel was to hand. Those few human populations deemed salvageable were delivered to re-education camps. On a bleak moon under a sickly sun, wire-topped fences stretched to the horizon, enclosing barracks that had once been manufactories. Watchtowers overlooked the compounds, each topped with heavy stubbers and the occasional rotatory cannon for when subtle control failed. Vox horns mounted on poles blared catechisms at scheduled intervals. The litanies against the alien repeated until they became a monotonous, hateful hum. Commissars in peaked caps walked the lines, their coats flapping in the chemical winds. Inquisitorial interrogators in plain black stood in shadowed corners, eyes and augmetics tracking expressions, noting which faces hardened in defiance and which were simply blank with shock. Psychers, bound and warded, sweated under the strain of constant scans. In barracks crammed with bunks, men sat or lay under the weight of exhaustion. Some stared straight ahead, lips moving in silent repetition of the phrases that might buy them another day. Others closed their eyes and tried, foolishly, to chase sleep. Sleep betrayed them. Acastian's acolyte psychers moved through the compounds, trailing their senses like invisible nets. They tasted minds for the tang of forbidden loyalty. Anyone whose dreams still carried the image of a Tsar comrade fighting at his side, anyone who remembered with anything other than disgust the feel of scaled fingers gripping human hands, glowed in their awareness. Their names were marked. On one grey morning whose time could no longer be counted, Hrothgar Skalgrim stood on the lip of a long trench outside one of those camps and looked down its length. The trench had been dug with labour unit efficiency, straight and deep, its sides shored with plasteel sheets. At its bottom, men knelt in rows, hands bound behind their backs. They were emaciated from camp rations, clothed in thin garments stamped with serial identifiers, shaved skulls showing scabbed scars where monitoring implants had been. Some muttered prayers under their breath. Others stared up at the sky, eyes wide and hollow. A few, very few, wept. It did not matter. Their minds had betrayed them while they slept, and the Psykers had heard. Behind Hrothgar, executioners from the Astra Militarum and Deathwatch heavy weapon teams had set up their guns along the trench's edge. Heavy bolters squatted on tripods like beasts, their ammunition hoppers heavy with belted shells. Flamer units waited, fuel lines hissing softly. A commissar strode up beside Hrothgar, saluted, and then looked down at the prisoners. Psychic scans confirm residual sympathy for Xenos entities, he reported. Dreams of Tsar comrades, memories of shared trust. Softness, Hrothgar said. The commissar nodded. Yes, he said. Softness. Hrothgar's voice rolled out, carrying over the trench. You were given a chance, he said. You were pulled from the fires and told the truth of your sin. You were taught the proper litanies. Still, in the dark inside your own skulls, you clung to the alien. He drew his bolt pistol, the weapon heavy and familiar in his hand. Mercy is a lie, he said. There is only the work. He raised the pistol and fired a single round into the trench, more as a signal than in need. On his command, the heavy bolters opened up. Shells slammed into the mass of kneeling bodies, detonating with savage force. The first ranks disintegrated under the barrage, torsos torn open, limbs ripped free, skulls pulping. Those behind them were sprayed with fragments of flesh and bone. Some tried to throw themselves sideways, to press flat against the trench walls, to find any shelter at all from the slaughter. There was none. The gunners worked methodically, traversing along the trench to ensure no pocket was left untouched. Blood and flesh splashed up the walls, turning the soil to sucking mud that swallowed those who toppled. The air filled with screams and the stench of ruptured guts. When the heavy bolters' barrels glowed and their magazines ran dry, the flamers walked forward. They sent sheets of burning promethium down into the pit, tongues of sticky fire that clung to anything it touched. What remained of the prisoners' bodies thrashed, then stilled, charred and blackened. Smoke billowed up, thick and greasy, carrying the stink of cooked meat and burnt hair. Hrothgar watched until the last twitch ceased. Only then did he turn away. Nothing moves but the smoke, he said. Good. In the astropathic choirs, the cleansing was of a different sort, but no less vicious. Brother Librarian Acastian moved through the vaults where Psykers were chained to their thrones, their lives consumed in service to the Imperium. The walls here were thick with warding sigils, the air cold despite the heat of the machinery. Astropaths, their eyes gouged or burned away in ritual, sagged in their restraints, their thin bodies shivering with the echoes of 100 worlds' screams. Acastian's mind brushed theirs, tasting for the specific pattern he had come to recognize. The harmonized thought forms that the autocracy had woven between human and Tsar psyches. It had been a subtle thing at first, a background hum. Now that he knew what to listen for, it was like a sour note in a hymn. Those who had ever carried that tune were marked. Inquisitorial medici teams waited with cranial augers and mind scrub devices. Some astropaths, when confronted, begged. They protested that they had only carried what they were told to carry, that they had never believed in what passed through them. Belief did not matter. For those whose contamination seemed shallow, mind wipe was attempted. Rituals and machines combined to scour away memories, burning neural pathways until the personality that remained was little more than a puppet, capable of transmitting numbers and codes, nothing more. For those whose minds were too deeply imprinted with the harmonic patterns, lobotomy was the kinder option. Rust-flecked blades slid into skulls with obscene delicacy, severing frontal lobes from the rest of the brain. The astropaths slumped, still alive, but emptied. They were unchained from their thrones and led away to dark, silent cells where they would spend whatever years remained drooling onto their own chests, eyes blind, ears deaf, minds mercifully blank. Those deemed beyond even that, whose presence in the warp felt like a beacon, were simply killed. Their bodies were fed into disposal chutes that led to plasma incinerators. Their ashes joined the waste heat of the ships, radiated out into the void where no one would ever know who they had once been. Far above the ruined regions, in an Inquisition fortress whose location was classified even from most cardinals, Malvorn faced his peers. The chamber was a circle, its walls lined with bookshelves and data stacks. The air hung heavy with parchment dust and the soft whir of cogitators. Inquisitorial lords sat in high-backed chairs around the perimeter, each cloaked and hooded, rosettes pinned where they could be seen, 1,000 quiet rivalries hidden beneath the surface. Malvorn stood in the center, his report preserved on slates stacked upon a lectern before him. "You have led us through a detailed recitation," one of the older lords said, his voice reedy. "The scale of the coalition, the methods of the crusade, the butcher's bill. You have painted Seir as sophisticated, dangerous, ambitious. Are you aware of what that sounds like to certain ears?" Malvorn's jaw tightened. "It sounds like an accurate assessment," he said. They were not a backwater Xenos nest. They were a functioning polity, human and Tsar both. They had trade, law, shared defense. If we pretend this was only another feral uprising, we court ignorance. Another lord leaned forward, fingers steepled. 10,000 years of imperial dogma have rested on a simple foundation, he said. Mankind stands alone. The alien is to be killed, not embraced. If word spreads that there was once a coalition where humans and Xenos stood as equals, and that it endured for centuries, do you not see what that does to the minds of border governors, of unruly populations, of disaffected regiments? It proves that such experiments end in fire, Malvorn countered. Or it proves that they can exist at all, the older lord shot back. If even one governor reads of Seir and thinks, if they did it, perhaps I can as well, then your report becomes the seed of the very disease we use the Deathwatch to excise. A murmur of agreement passed around the circle. "You will downplay it," another inquisitor said. "When the Ordos ask for a summary, you will speak of a minor alliance with an insignificant Xenos species that was eradicated with regrettable but necessary force. You will not speak of shared universities, of joint defense, treaties, of dreams of bridges across the stars." Malvorn tasted bile. "You would have me lie," he said. "We would have you choose which truths serve the Emperor," came the answer, "and which serve the enemy." On the Crusade's returning route, Balhus turned his gaze inward at last. Some ships had come back altered in ways he did not like. One strike cruiser, whose name had been scrubbed from its hull for operational anonymity, now bore murals along its internal corridors. Human serfs, in stolen moments between duties, had painted scenes inspired by the autocracy, stylized stars joined by bridges, human hands clasping scaled claws, cities that were neither hive nor warren, but something in between. They had copied patterns they had seen on Tsar banners and woven them into their own devotional art. In the mess decks, some crewmen hummed tunes that had no origin in imperial hymnals. They were work songs or children's melodies, picked up from shared labor with Shah or from overheard vox chatter. The words, where they existed, were harmless. The notes were not. Ballas walked the corridors, his boots echoing on the deck. He paused before a mural showing a human soldier and a Tsar warrior standing back to back against a horde of orcs, stylized in exaggerated motion. The work was skillful. That only made it worse. He sent for the ship's captain. "You allowed this," he said, pointing at the painting. The captain swallowed, throat bobbing. "It raised morale, Watch Commander," he said. "The serfs, they saw things out there. They tried to make sense of it. The art gave them a place to put it." "It gave them a shrine," Balhus replied, "to something that should never have existed." He ordered a full review of the crew's mental state. Acastian's acolytes found what he had expected: dreams of the autocracy that were not nightmares, memories of Tsar voices that did not come threaded with hate, nostalgia where there should have been only revulsion. The ship was condemned. In a cold, empty stretch of space far from any trade lane, its crew disembarked in orderly lines onto waiting transports. They did not know why they were being moved. They had done nothing that the Imperium would traditionally call treason. They had only remembered. Balhus watched from the flagship's observation blister as demolition charges placed along the condemned cruiser's spine detonated in sequence. The vessel broke apart, its hull folding inward upon itself before the secondary charges triggered, vaporizing the remains. The murals, the songs, the air that had held them, all turned to expanding gas and then to the thin, even chill of the void. Several other vessels met similar fates. Anything that smelled of Sayre's influence beyond the permitted limits of hatred was purged. In the Watch Fortress's Hall of the Fallen, Severian and his surviving kill team stood among the dead. Blackened armor racks lined the walls, each bearing a suit of plate that would never again feel a living body. Some were intact, marked only by the scars of battle. Others were rent, great gashes showing where blade or beam had bitten deep. Each rack bore a name, the letters etched in High Gothic beneath the chapter symbol and the Deathwatch sigil. Severian walked the hall slowly, reading. Here, an Ultramarine's brother whose cool counsel had once steadied a hot-headed squad. There, a Black Templar whose zeal had cut through a dozen campaigns. A Space Wolf whose laughter had deafened mess halls. An Iron Hands Tech Marine whose hands had always been gentle with machine spirits. So many names. So many, a brother murmured at his shoulder. More than we lost in the Octarian purges. More than fell in the Ghoul Star's interventions. All for one crusade. More Deathwatch died killing Sayre than some entire sectors have lost fighting orcs or tyrannids, Severian said. It will go on a line in a ledger, perhaps a single sentence in a sealed file. He paused before one rack, its armor still bearing a faint smear of Shah Ichor across a pauldron, left there by design. How many will ever know what those names bought? He asked. Us, the brother replied. We know. For now, Severian said. Later, in a quieter chamber, where the ship's machine hum was a distant murmur, Acastian stood with Balhus. They were alone, save for the shadows and the ever-present smell of incense. You are not content, Balhus said without turning. Acastian considered lying, then decided it was pointless. I am uncertain, he said. We have broken the autocracy, killed its worlds, burned its books. Now we burn the memory of it. Are you sure that is wisdom and not fear in different armor? Balhus faced him. I fear nothing that bleeds, he said. I do not fear bridges made of lies. I fear what men will do when they think they have found a new road. We are damning future generations to ignorance, Acastian said. Without a record, there will be no warning, no lesson, only a hole where this history should be. Holes draw curiosity. Balhus's gaze was unblinking. Ignorance of this particular sin is a gift they do not deserve, he said. But they will receive it. There are already too many temptations in this galaxy. Chaos whispers from the warp. The Tau preach cooperation. The Eldar whisper secrets. If we add to that a story of a time when humans and Xenos lived together and did not immediately descend into massacre, some will hear only the first half of the tale. Then teach them the ending, Acastian replied. Teach them that it all burned. And in doing so, remind them that it existed, Balhus said. He stepped closer, his voice dropping. Librarian, he said. We have waded through oceans of blood to erase a mistake. Do not now advocate chiseling its details into stone. The warp remembers, enough that we will feel the consequences for a long time. The material realm does not need to share that burden. Acastian thought of the darkened stars. the hollows where thought once had been. Perhaps, he said, or perhaps one day, someone will try this again, and we will have no name to shout at them as warning. Only our own tired conviction that it is wrong, without proof. Ballas smiled thinly. Then we will kill them as well, he said. We are very practiced at it now. In the end, words settled where blades could not reach. In a secluded vault lined with adamantine and the sigils of authority, Malvorn sat alone before a single data slate. Its surface glowed with the final draft of a document whose implications made his stomach knot. He had argued. He had been overruled. Now he was doing what inquisitors did best, turning decisions into edicts. The text was simple. By authority of the Ordo Xenos and the High Lords of Terror, all files, records, logs, and accounts pertaining to the Seer Deathwatch Crusade and the autocracy of Seer are sealed under Omega-level restriction. Access is limited to a vanishingly small list. Any unauthorized inquiry into the term Seer, any attempt to recover or reconstruct information relating to this coalition, is to be considered prima facie evidence of Xenos sympathy and punished by death without appeal. He read it through one last time. There was no mention of shared governance, no mention of the ambition that had driven men like Chancellor Drav, no names of fallen Deathwatch, no lists of burned worlds, only the bare bones of authority and threat. His hand hovered over the signet. For a heartbeat, he remembered Seer Prime's last message, static, laced and desperate, begging to be seen as a bridge. He remembered the painted murals on the condemned cruiser, the hesitant pride in the serfs' voices when they had pointed out their work. Then he pressed his rosette into the wax. The seal clicked into place with the soft finality of a coffin lid. Somewhere, deep in the archives of the Ordo Xenos, vault code shifted. Files already flagged for seclusion slid into deeper darkness. Slates and data crystals were transferred into locked caskets, whose keys would be held by very few hands. Scriveners, those half-mad souls who lived to catalogue knowledge, made a note in their ledgers. Subject closed, by order. Malvorn sat back in his chair, feeling every year of his service settle upon his shoulders. There, he said to the empty room. No witnesses. Outside, the stars of the trailing reaches burned on, cold and indifferent over a history that had been unmade. The fragment had no right to exist. It should have been scrubbed, sealed, or never written at all. Yet there it was, flickering in broken runes across a tired cogitator screen in a forgotten corner of a distant watch station. The Deathwatch initiate leaned closer, helm cradled in the crook of one arm, the other hand resting on the console's edge. He was newly come to the long vigil, his black plate still bearing the faint luster of recent consecration. The silver skull on his shoulder was unworn by centuries of fire. His name did not matter, not to this fragment. To the machine spirit of the databank, he was simply another access code, another weight upon its slowly corroding circuits. The entry scrolled in fits and starts, glitches gnawing at its text. Segmentum Tempestus, Trailing Reaches, Crusade of the Deathwatch, mid-36th millennium, target designation, autocracy of Seer, heresy classification, unprecedented, outcome, unknown. Lines beneath were corrupted, reduced to strings of crackling symbols and empty space. Places where there should have been worlds listed were instead blank. Casualty figures were smears. Even the location of the principal campaigns was a blur of half-erased coordinates. The initiate frowned. Unknown, he murmured. How does a crusade of the long vigil end in unknown? He tried to call up cross-references, but the machine spirit sulked. Other files bearing the same designation were locked under levels of clearance his sigils did not unlock. One produced only a warning rune and a short phrase, sealed by order of Ordo Xenos, Omega level. He read the word Seer again, tasting it. It felt wrong on the tongue, as though it had been meant to be forgotten. He shut the file down and moved on. summoned by training schedules and target rights. As the screen dimmed, the corrupted line flickered once more, then sank back into the depths of the station's memory, waiting for the next fool to trip over it. Far away, in a fortress that had watched stars grow old, Elder Watch chaplains recited a litany whose edges had grown dull. They stood in a vaulted hall, whose walls were carved with the names of dead crusades and the sigils of Xenos species ground to extinction. Their skull helms were yellowed with age, their crozius heads worn smooth by ritual strikes against uncounted enemies. The incense that coiled around them smelled of ancient ashes. One chaplain's voice rose, a gravelled rumble that echoed under the stone. "Remember the Watch Commander Balhus," he intoned, "who led a crusade against a heresy without precedent in the trailing reaches. Remember the brothers who fell with him, who burned a blasphemy so deep it left only cinders." Another chaplain took up the cadence. "We remember," he said. "We remember that there was a war unlike others, where the long vigil marched as a chapter entire. We remember that it was a response to a sin so vast that its details are not fit for our tongues." They chanted names, Balhus, brothers from 100 chapters, their lineages mixing in the sound. The words rolled around the hall, heavy and hollow. Few present knew more than that Balhus had burned something terrible in a place no one mentioned. Some assumed it had been a demon, incursion. Others thought of tyrannid tendrils or some new greenskin empire. The term autocracy of sire appeared in no verse. It had been excised from the litany long ago. The chaplains finished the recitation with a phrase that had survived the quiet edits. "Against unprecedented heresy," they said together, "we answer with unprecedented fire." Beyond the fortress walls, the galaxy turned. On a world so unremarkable that its designation had been truncated to a string of syllables, an underhive shrine flickered with candles and whispered stories. The shrine had begun life as a maintenance alcove next to a collapsed transit tunnel. Over time, Hab dwellers had pushed old cogitator shells and scrap crates into it, turning it into a space half hidden from the patrols of enforcers. Someone had nailed a crude Aquila to the wall. Someone else had added a grim-faced icon of the Emperor, halo crooked. After that, it had grown as shrines do, fed by need. Scribes met there now, the kind who spent their days copying decrees and tallying rations in script halls choked with dust. At night, they brought bottles of rotgut and ragged scraps of paper. They told each other stories while the light hovered in uncertain equilibrium between the candles and the glow of a failing lumen strip. Once, one of them said, his breath already sour with drink, once there was a time when men did not stand alone. The others laughed the weary laugh of men who have heard too many failed uprisings. He persisted. "Not like the Tau," he said quickly, warding off instinctive curses. "Not like some blue-skinned upstarts with their false promises. This was older, stranger. They say there were scaled angels who walked beside men, tall things with claws and crests who fought in the front lines while human regiments fired from behind. They say the two species shared banners, that their officers sat together." "Shared banners," another scribe scoffed. "Shared graves. More like." "That too," the first agreed. "But they say it worked. For a time, they held the line together, built worlds together, wrote law together." "And then?" a younger man asked, eyes wide in the gloom. The storyteller shrugged. "Then the Deathwatch came," he said. "Black and silver, out of the dark. They burned it so hard no one even remembers what the scaled angels were called. Just that there was a bridge between species once, and it broke." Silence settled for a moment, thick as the smoke. "You talk too loud," one of the older scribes muttered. "Names like that draw the wrong ears." He was right. Inquisition informants haunted places like this, listening for words that spoke of alternatives. A phrase too often repeated, an image too lovingly described, could see a man taken. Those who spoke of scaled angels and forgotten coalitions too clearly found themselves vanishing into the holds of black ships, their stories cut from, their tongues along with everything else that made them who they had been. The shrine endured, as such places do, but the myth frayed. What had once been a coalition became, in some tellings, a single saint with scaled wings, in others, a half-remembered ghost. The namesayers slipped, mispronounced, miscopied, until it was no more than a smear of sound, easily dismissed. In the warp, memory was harder to erase. There, in the not space where thoughts swam and nightmares grew teeth, the extermination of Sire had left its mark. It was not a bright brand, not like the scars left by the great heresies or the birth of new demon princes, but it was there. To those who could sense such things, it felt like a thickened patch in the flux, a dull ache rather than a stab, a silence where there should have been the faint hum of living minds. Once, long ago, Brother Librarian Acastian had dreamed of that silence before it became permanent, had woken with his skull ringing with the after, echoes of autocracy souls torn free. He was gone now, his own essence long since folded back into the Emperor's inscrutable purpose or lost elsewhere. But the pattern of his nightmares remained. Other psychers, centuries later, would skirt that region of the warp and feel a pressure they could not name, a heaviness. Some would flinch away without knowing why. A few would peer at it and see, for a heartbeat, ghost images, human silhouettes standing beside scaled forms beneath twin banners, all reduced to ash in a single smothered scream. Then other horrors would drown that quiet scar, as they always did. The galaxy's supply of atrocity was never exhausted. On a dead rock that no longer appeared on any navigational chart by more than a string of numbers and a cursory word like denied, servitors walked through ruins. The world had once been a hub in the autocracy's web, a place of commerce and administration. Now its atmosphere was thin, its surface scoured by radiation storms that had baked the soil into glass in some places and reduced buildings to skeletal outlines in others. The servitors did not care. They moved in steady lines, clanking, their flesh long ago subordinated to machine. Mechadendrites and heavy manipulators swept aside rubble, sifting for anything that registered as archaeotech or data storage according to the catechisms punched into their remaining neural folds. In a plaza, half buried under ash and drifted dust, they uncovered a statue. It had been carved from a stone that took a polish well. The years had dulled it, but enough remained to see what it had shown. A human figure stood there, one hand outstretched, and beside him a saurian form coiled, claw resting lightly on the man's shoulder. Their faces were turned towards some imagined horizon. Above them, twin banners had once risen, now snapped stumps. A servitor's auspex clicked over the statue, registers flickering. No active energy, no forbidden sigils, no value. The directive passed through its cortex in a burst of Binharik. It stepped forward, brought its integrated cutter down, and began to reduce the statue to manageable fragments. Stone cracked under the blow, the human's face splitting along the nose and cheek. Another strike shattered the Tsar form's jaw. Chips flew, bounced off the servitor's legs. It worked without haste or spite, breaking the image down until it was nothing more than rubble indistinguishable from the rest of the plaza. A collection servitor rolled up behind, scooped the broken pieces into a bin, and trundled away, perhaps to be ground down for aggregate in some future construction, perhaps to be dumped in a pit. It did not matter. Elsewhere, under a different sky, Watch Captain Severian Jaw woke from a dream. With wetness on his face he refused to acknowledge. He sat up on the slab that passed for a bunk in his personal cell aboard the watch station, armor suspended on autoracks nearby. The Medici slates called him hale, his organs robust despite centuries of war. His hair had gone to iron, his features carved even sharper by time and hardship. The name hung in his mind for a moment before reality fully reasserted itself. Shea. He had heard it whispered in the dream as he walked again through burning streets that were not quite any he had seen before, yet were all of them at once. Human and Sar forms had moved beside him there, not as enemies, not as allies, but as shadows whose roles slipped every time he tried to look directly at them. He wiped his hand across his face. The fingers came away damp. Condensation, he muttered. Beyond the cell wall, the watch station creaked and hummed, its machine spirits already stirring for the next deployment. A new Xenos threat had clawed at the Imperium's flanks, something with carapaces and hungry mouths, and a name that would, for a time, be cursed loudly. Severian rose and stepped into his waiting armor. Auto-servitors clicked and hissed as they sealed plates, locked joins, checked power feeds. The black carapace under his skin hummed as it reconnected to his suit's systems. Helm locked in place. His voice came out through the grille as a low rasp. "Armor priority requisition," he voxed to the armory. "Issue additional magazines, extra melter charges. Threat estimate does not suggest that level of munitions is necessary," came Ferrum's mechanized reply. "Humor me," Severian said. "There is never harm in having more rounds to spend." He did not speak the name that had woken him. There was no point. It would only raise questions among those few still old enough to recall even a whisper of the crusade that had burned so much and left so little behind. In another chapter fortress, very far from any Ordo vaults, Hrothgar Skalgrim sat by a fire that he knew was more ceremony than comfort. It burned in a stone pit, flames fed with splinters of old hull plating and broken weapons. The smoke scented with oils meant to mimic the tang of his homeworld's glaciers. Around it sat warriors of the Space Wolves, listening as the oldest among them spoke of campaigns that had become stories. Hrothgar was older now. Scars had multiplied upon scars. The fangs that showed when he grinned were worn, but no less sharp. He leaned forward, the fire painting his face in reds and golds, and spoke. "There was a crusade once," he said, "where the long vigil gathered more brothers than you have seen in one place in your lives. A war that burned not a fleet, not a hive cluster, but a civilization. We killed it so thoroughly that the galaxy forgot its name." There were appreciative noises. This was the sort of boast that sat well in the ears of those raised on Saga. "Was it orcs?" one of the younger warriors asked. "Did you finally find some way to scrape them all away at once?" Hrothgar laughed, the sound deep. "No," he said. "Worse." He opened his mouth to describe scaled forms and shared banners. The words rose, then caught. For a moment, in the flicker of the flames, he saw the face of a Sar warrior he had killed, eyes bright despite the ichor streaming down his muzzle. He remembered the feel of alien skull under his thumbs, the crunch and give. He remembered, annoyingly, the way that same warrior had stood in front of human comrades without hesitation. His grin faltered. "It was a long time ago," he finished instead. "All you need to know is that it died badly, and that if anything like it rises again, you had better be ready to help kill it faster." He stared into the fire for a long time after the listening laughter had moved on, seeing flames reflected in eyes that no longer existed. On Terra, beneath layers of statute and stone, Malvorn's hand trembled as it hovered over an old seal. He was a shadow of the man who had once stood in Balhus's strategium. Flesh had sunk against bone. Augmetics had multiplied. The rosette he carried now was scratched and worn, its edges smoothed by centuries of use. Before him lay a set of file caskets, each bearing the sigil of the Ordo Xenos and the Omega rune. The codes to open them were known to very few. He had authorized their sealing once. Now, summoned by his own conscience and the knowledge that his span was approaching its end, he had come to look one last time. Servitors unlocked the clamps. The caskets hissed as ancient air escaped. Inside lay data crystals and etched metal plates, each containing pieces of the Seer Crusade's record. Some were redacted, some were not. They held images of Seer Prime before it burned, of autocracy fleets in mixed formation, of Balhus standing in firelit halls. Malvorn paged through them slowly. He saw again the quotation marks around words like unprecedented. He saw casualty tallies that had made other inquisitors blanch and call them lies until cross-checked. He saw his own earlier hesitation, preserved in marginal notes. "We might have learned from them," one old annotation read in his spidery hand. Not copied, not praised, but learned. He reached the command string that would open the files fully, that would remove the redactions and make the full records available to select Ordo scholars. For a long moment, his finger hovered over the sigil. Knowledge has a weight, he thought. We have already dragged enough of this on our backs. Instead, his hand shifted. He input a different string, one that transferred the files to a deeper vault. The rune that appeared at the top of each document changed subtly, from sealed to permanently sealed. Redaction markers thickened, smearing out paragraphs that had once been merely blurred. Cross-references to other campaigns winked out. Oblivion over dangerous knowledge. His hand shook as he signed the order. He was not sure if it was age or something like sorrow. Below a watch fortress in the deep dark of some later century, a data spirit twitched. It lived in a stack of cogitators and memory coils buried beneath tons of stone and ceramite. Its existence was a haze of request and response, a blur of sorting and storing. It did not think in the way humans did. It knew only that certain patterns of inquiry should be answered and certain others should be ignored. A fluctuation rippled through its logic lattice, the consequence of some distant maintenance cycle. For a fraction of a heartbeat, firewalls flickered. In that instant, a fragment of data-long thought purged bubbled up. The spirit assembled the pieces as best it could. Stray pixels, misfiled graph nodes, half-erased captions. It knitted them together into an image. On a monitor in an empty archive antechamber, the picture appeared. Humans stood alongside scaled figures, both under twin banners. The humans wore uniforms with sigils that were almost, but not quite, imperial. The Tsar's crests were high and bright, their claws resting lightly on human shoulders. Above them, symbols and letters formed the word Sayer in a script that glitched at the edges. The image held for less time than it took a man to blink. Auto-purge routines, hard-coded at a level even the data spirit did not touch, noticed the forbidden pattern and reacted. The fragment was tagged as contamination. In the next processor cycle, it was overwritten, reduced to strings of zeroed code. The monitor flickered, showing only static before settling back into blankness. The data spirit did not remember what it had just done. It continued its work, stacking and sorting, as oblivious as any lobotomized astropath. In the end, it came down to a line on a wall. The hall was long and high, its roof lost in shadow. Lumens burned along its length with steady, unwavering light, illuminating rows of carved stone. Each row bore the name of a campaign. Some were famous, etched deep and dark. Armageddon, the Cryptos incursions, the Octarius purges, and dozens more besides. Others were small, almost cramped, dismissed by the eye, unless one looked for them. A Deathwatch veteran stood before the wall, armor painted the same black he had first donned centuries ago, though the plate beneath had been repaired 100 times over. The silver skull on his pauldron had been recast as often. His face, visible behind a retracted helm, was a map of scars. His hand moved along the inscriptions, fingertips brushing the grooves. He paused when he came to a line almost lost amidst more loudly sung wars. Sayer Deathwatch Crusade. No dates marked it, no detailed sigils, just the name. A single word that most who saw it would skim past without thought, their eyes sliding off it as though their minds had been conditioned not to catch. The veteran traced the letters slowly. He remembered things that others did not. The light of burning cities painted on ceramite, the sound of Tsar war cries mixing with human shouts, the taste of ash that had never quite left his mouth. Dreams of scaled warriors standing where no alien should ever have stood, and of orders that had turned those dreams into heaps of flesh. His lips moved. Suffer not the alien to live, he whispered. The old catechism came easily. His finger rested a moment longer on the carved word. Nor the memory of those who loved it, he finished more softly. He let his hand fall, turned, and walked away down the hall of campaigns, past triumphs and disasters, into a future already crowded with enemies who had never heard the name Sayer and never would.